take my word that almost nothing you're saying is true, okay? I'm not wasting our time with this, though. We're getting through the start of this. Alex owns you. Alex totally owns you. Cinema. He won. I think, look, the reasonable interpretation is obviously that these people both suck. Wait, what do you mean the cat shut you in the cupboard? Okay, okay, alright, okay. Now, if that's true, that does change things quite significantly.
Fraser Trout.
Wow, you got him, Alex. You owned him, Alex. It was actually 5 episodes of the podcast, not 4. Yeah, bravo, Alex. Bravo. Cinema, Kino. Fake him out with a dog first half. Make people sit through the first half and think you're guilty. And then turn it around and say, Cinema, Kino. Bravo, he did it again. He did it again. Okay. Alex is winning. Unstoppable. Alex is this guy's completely unstoppable. Just when you think you've got him. Just when you think you've got him. Okay, so. Those of you who don't know, which I'm sure is like 0 of you. Like a year ago, ImAllexx was hit with allegations of horrible abuse. There were even video clips, recordings, all this stuff leaked of him basically threatening this girl he was dating. Saying he was going to bash her head against the wall with a brick. It's a very funny clip. And a bunch of other stuff where he's just like, I'm a big deal. Yo, I'm a famous YouTuber. Yo, I'm a famous YouTuber. Yeah, I gotta keep my circle close. I can't trust anyone. I'm a big YouTuber. I'm famous. I'm a big deal. You want to be big on Twitch, but you won't listen to what I'm telling you to do, you stupid. It was epic. It was great stuff. Hilarious allegations. So, back when that happened, I had a very unpopular take, which I hope people will now come to just realize was obviously true. Basically, when Alice made her document, she did the whole thing. She did the entire document in chronological order, but then at the very end, she puts in the 2 times she was physically abusive towards him, which are not at the very... They don't come last in the timeline. She just takes all the things she did wrong, takes them out of the timeline, and then puts them right at the bottom of the document. And I felt like that was pretty dishonest, because she's actually the first one who got physical in the relationship. She slapped him first. So that seemed a little bit dishonest that you would do the whole thing chronologically, and then take out the bits where you hit this guy, and put those right at the bottom. It's like, well, the only reason I can think to do that is that you want people to go through all of his wrongdoings and not question anything you might have done, and to have accepted that, and then it's like, oh, well, she did a little bit wrong too. That's the presentation it seemed like she was going for. When obviously, like, you know, as much as he's a total piece of shit, you know, I think she was also engaging in some level of abusive behavior in that relationship too. Not that that makes it okay for him to do. Not that it means she's not a victim in any way. Just that I think that that is a dishonest presentation. And I think that people treated it as though ImAllexx literally hit her head against the wall with a brick, like he actually followed through on that threat, and like he was actually going to follow through on that threat, and like he was just like this like, insanely violent, like he's just storming around the house, smacking her around the head. Just like, that's like the presentation that was coming across. I don't think that's quite what was happening. I think it was a toxic relationship where he's obviously a complete man-child who can't control his emotions and got physical on numerous occasions. I think that's probably more what happened. I don't think that's a particularly controversial take. I think we can all come to the table and say that's probably what happened here. But anyway, that was my take. People fucking hated me for saying that though for some reason, because they're like, the temperature was insanely high, and it's like, if you're not just like desperately trying to kill Alex, then you're evil. However, I've seen a bit of this response, and it's fucking hilarious. So I can't wait. ImAllexx is an auteur, okay? This guy is an auteur. This guy's an artist, all right? He has clearly been lying to all of his friends behind the scenes, and this was showtime. This was showtime, okay? This is where he sees if he can pull the same wool over the public's eyes that he has over all of his friends in private. It's fucking awesome. Seriously, yeah, I saw like the first 5 minutes on Chuds earlier before I was taking a nap. And man, This guy's amazing. This guy is an artist. This guy, seriously, like, he is... Fuck Destiny, okay? This guy knows how to smear a woman. This guy had good ideas for how to smear a woman in this video. Let's take a look. Let's see. What have you got for us, Alex? Just saying, the White Boy Council has convened. We have determined that Alex is innocent ahead of watching this response video. So no matter how bad he incriminates himself here, it's okay, Alex. Welcome home. Welcome home, Alex.
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically abused me, as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly.
We will be sweeping.
Alice has continued to...
So I've got this sped up. You got just be aware, guys. He's gonna flash up the. I'm not gonna go through all of this. I'm not gonna dissect the entire beginning of this video on my own. I've seen it done. I'm confident in what I saw on Chuds earlier. I'm just telling you, for one, he has not proven that Alice did not report him to the police. It is not the case that Claire's law requires a conviction or warning. And he's about to flash the same screenshots on screen like 20 times. So Claire's law, basically, a lot hinges on this. Claire's law is just a law that allows a woman, if there is or not just a woman, but a partner, if there is reasonable justification for, like, you know, the importance of it in the moment in that situation, then partners can request information from police and social services to see if there's anything that might suggest this person was abusive. So that's not, you're not put on a list. Claire's law isn't like the sex offender registry. It's just like police make a risk assessment based on the information provided by a partner as to whether they will access and relay information from their database, from reports made that weren't acted on, from social service calls, from anything like that, that they can relay to that woman or that partner about this partner and whether there's a history of abuse there. It doesn't require any convictions, any warnings, or anything like that. It's just like access. It's just like a law to allow people to access information they wouldn't have been able to access before because it was private information. That's all it is. So the idea that she's lying by saying that he's on Claire's law, that's not how that works at all. At all. So it's insanely retarded for him to try and use this to smear her.
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically abused me, as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship. Alice has continued to harass me by...
So I'm not going through all these screenshots. I'm not going through all these screenshots. Take my word that almost nothing he's saying is true, okay? I'm not wasting our time with this, though. We're getting through the start of this.
About me, as well as fabricating stories about our relationship online to this day. All of this will be covered in detail in this video, and for full clarity, I will be reading from a document that I have written to make sure that this is treated with the seriousness that it deserves.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, he's trying so hard, man. I will be reading from a document that I've prepared to make sure that I'm... Shut up, man. You're so gay. Yeah, we get it, man. You hit your girlfriend. Maybe don't go so hard about abuse on your platform if you don't want your audience to leave you the moment you hit a woman, okay?
Since our relationship ended, Alice has lied continuously for the last 12 months that I was under a police investigation to friends, ex-girlfriends, and YouTube commentary channels. Alice has continued to make false allegations about me to this day and said that she had pressed charges against me in a comment on TikTok. This is a lie, as at no point have I been interviewed, arrested, or charged with a crime. But Alice continues to slander me.
Yeah, it's so, dude, he's an artist. I was like, dude, when I was watching this on Chuds earlier and I realized the whole first 5 minutes was the same 3 screenshots again and again, I was just like, cinema. 2 hours, nothing but repeated content. Cinema. Commentary YouTubers totally owned, totally raped. Chud totally raped. Diorio totally raped. You have to go over the same fucking 3 screenshots for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 2-hour video you're spending on the same 3 screenshots. Alex owns you. Alex totally owns you. Cinema. He won.
With these lies. Alice said that future partners can check Claire's law, and later claimed she got me put down in the system so that any future partners who know how Claire's law works can use this information to stay safe from me. The information that is accessible through Claire's law would be a criminal record, also known as a criminal history. All of this information is available on the Claire's law website, which I will link in the description. Alice has said that Claire's law can be used and that I am in the system. alleging that I am a convicted criminal.
About a romantic partner's criminal history. So, yeah, that's not... No. This means that if the police checks show your current or ex-partner has a record of violent or abusive behavior, they believe you may be at risk, they may decide to proactively share that information with you. So, yeah, it's not about just convictions. It's not about convictions. It's not about warnings. It's just about any information. It can be just like third-party intelligence from social services, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. It can be just reports. That's the whole point of the law. It's named after this woman called Claire, who was killed by her boyfriend, who had multiple reports but no convictions in his past. So that's kind of like the point of the law. So it doesn't make any sense. He's trying to use this.
Or that I have a criminal record. Alice also says in the same messages that the police didn't do anything at all. These statements completely contradict each other, as it would not be possible for the police to have done nothing, and for the police to have put me on the system as a convicted criminal or as someone with a criminal record.
No,
Alice's story continues to make no sense.
But the report didn't go she made a report, it didn't go further. But that doesn't mean the report wasn't made. The police still logged that report. That's okay.
As Alice later said that I was charged by police, but this would not be possible if the police never did anything at all. Alice claims she had achieved her goal of getting me put on a list accessible via Claire's Law, and that she had saved people because of this. None of the statements made about the police investigation make any sense, as Alice claims she had put me on a list that would require me having a criminal record and a caution from the police, but also says the police didn't do anything at all. This is because Alice is and always was lying. I would like to make it incredibly clear. I have never been contacted, approached, or interviewed by police at any point in my life, and I do not have a record or any cautions. Claiming that I am a convicted criminal or have a criminal history is the first of many lies that will be covered in this video. There has at no point ever been a police investigation, but Alice has continuously lied to hide the truth about what really happened in our relationship and solidify the false narrative that she has built about me over the last year. Alice wrote all of these messages.
I'm totally open to her narrative of the relationship being heavily distorted, and a lot of those clips were super tightly cut. But the fundamental problem that he's got here is that he did display abusive behavior that is abusive pretty much regardless of context. Like, even if you're provoked in something, it's still abusive. It just means the other person might be abusive too, right? So his best case scenario is that she's abusive too, which I think she doesn't admit it as such, but if you read the behavior in her document, you can see some pretty clear signs of toxicity, including her making it physical in the first place. So it's like she's no angel, so to speak, but it doesn't change the fact that you're the massive YouTuber who's constantly bitching about abuse, who's talking about how evil all these other guys are, and now you're outed as being one of those guys. So you're kind of totally raped. It really, the response doesn't matter at that point. You're just totally raped.
And posted the document knowing that the police investigation was a lie, as it would.
Alex is the UK Johnny Depp. You guys just biased. Well, you know, I've made my position clear on that. I'm pro Amber Heard. Okay, I've realized that the Johnny Depp glazing was wrong.
Not be possible for Alice to share any information if this was at any point an ongoing case. A YouTube commentary channel called Samuel said that she had been dealing with the police instead of immediately taking it to social media when he spoke to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to ImAllexx. Now, Alice is dealing with this with the police as well. Has got the police involved. So instead of just immediately taking it to social media and
yo, Liam the professional, let's go.
And is dealing with it that way. She's
Liam
going to
the
the police about that, trying to get the situation sorted properly before she speaks about it online.
Same hair. It's not even the same hair, dude. Look,
usually people just
my shit is just fucked. I haven't had a haircut in 6 months.
Okay, out before going to the police.
It's fucked.
This is a lie, as Alice had already posted months before she had released the document that I was on Claire's Law and a comment on TikTok
like 5.
in April 2024. This would mean the police investigation had already finished and that I would have a criminal record 3 months after we had broken up, which would be impossible. Alice had also posted a video in April saying that she wanted to save the next girl that I would date. This clip is from the
it's
stream.
been said a million times, but you get what you deserve fucking with girls like that. I'm sorry. You literally just get what you deserve.
2 months after Alice had posted videos and comments about me. Samuel says Alice does not want to come out and talk about this until after the police investigation had taken place, which was a lie. This is not how anything is unfolded publicly at all. Alice has been posting about me constantly and also released an entire document about me after lying that I was on Claire's law. She did not wait for a police investigation because she knew there wasn't one, and Alice later admitted that this was the case and that the police didn't do anything. At one point, Alice claimed I hadn't responded as she speculated that the police had contacted me, and that was why I hadn't replied. Alice was upset this message had been leaked in a YouTube video, as she hadn't intended for it to be posted publicly, as it would be incredibly clear that she was lying about the police investigating me to the point where she was actively speculating and telling lies when questioned about it. At this time, Alice reached out to my ex-girlfriends privately and asked my ex-girlfriend Jess.
So I saw this message earlier. If this gets further with police, would you be okay with maybe making your own statement to back mine? I think if they hear from his ex-partners about the same behavior, it will help a lot, but I understand if not. What's the same behavior here? What's the same behavior? I want to know. What are they agreeing on? Why are you not showing me that part, Alex? What have you done to both of these women? Because it seems like this is part of a conversation where they've agreed that there is some common behavior between the two relationships. So what is the common behavior? I would love to know what is the common behavior that you've shown in these two relationships. Is it the threats? Is it the physical violence? Like, what is it?
To plan a statement to back up hers, lying about the involvement of the police to convince people that her story was the truth. Alice has continued to post about me and harass me to this day, despite stating in her document that she was going to move on with her life after it was released in June. Since Alice's document, she went on to post many things on Twitter, TikTok, and in statements that contradict her story. One of the contradictions made was in a series of tweets Alice posted asking for YouTubers to reach out to her so she can do interviews for their videos on the false police investigation after her document was posted. Alice did multiple interviews where she has lied about me having a criminal record via Claire's
Dude, this
law.
is, it's like you might be noticing, it's just like these same screenshots again and again and again and again. It's so fucking annoying.
Under investigation by police. She continued doing this for months, and these lies have been shared in many videos.
And it's the same claims, too. He's making the same claims. The exact same claims. It's just, she lied about the police investigation. She lied about Claire's law. So, no, that's not happening. That's not what happened. Alex's fat tongue thing was always a cope. Alex's fat tongue thing, that's such a cope for just having a weird British accent. It was always a total cope. You don't have a big tongue. What do you talk? You have a big tongue, and that makes you talk like this? No, dude. You don't have a big tongue. What the fuck are you on about, dude?
Give updates, and that people should message her directly, even though in these messages...
I mean, he might have a big tongue, but that's not why he talks like this. It's, like, so stupid.
Hadn't received any updates or heard anything from police at all. She told YouTubers she couldn't share information until everything with the false police investigation had finished.
And Alice as well, speaking to her, she does want to, like, come out and speak about this, like, eventually after, like, all the police stuff, and just wants to be able to get all the information. She's got proof as well, and she wants to be able to get all that out there once she's spoken to the police properly.
This story at no point has made any sense, as Alice says that she would only post about this after the police investigation had finished, but then continued to say that the police were involved months after she had posted her document, which once again shows that Alice was lying the entire time. Alice claims she can provide updates to YouTubers in this tweet, but made an excuse to people she was arguing with on Twitter that the reason she couldn't provide updates to them was because of the fact that there was a police investigation, and that she wasn't allowed to share anything until it was finished, and that now it had finally finished, she could share more information again. This makes no sense, as Alice had already shared an entire document about me, and was then asking people if she could continue to share more information about me in interviews on her Twitter that were then posted onto YouTube. Alice wrote right at the end of her document that for legal and obvious reasons, she wouldn't attach all the evidence she has, but in due time, it may be made public. Not only...
Wait, we're getting... Sorry, I'm getting, like, absurd claims being made here. How long is this clip? Dude, this is a 3-minute clip? Dude, okay, we'll cover that in a minute. Dude, I'm getting some crazy claims being made about Erudite right now, I'm seeing.
This is not how police investigations work, but Alice has not posted more evidence since, despite saying the supposed investigation had now ended. This is because there never was an investigation, as it was a lie. It would not have been possible for Alice to share anything at all by her own admission if there actually ever was a police investigation in place. Alice has continuously lied and claimed that this was the only thing stopping her from releasing information, and she acknowledged this herself in this tweet and when speaking to YouTubers. The reality is, there never was a police investigation, which Alice later admitted to. This is why Alice decided to...
Okay, I've got it. Wait, I've got to see this. Okay, let's go back to the ImAllexx video. We'll come back to that at some point.
Publicize a heavily edited version of events to damage my reputation with false stories and lies, like alleging
now
I'm
do
a
Nux.
convicted
I don't
criminal
go Nux right
with
now.
a criminal record. I have taken my time gathering information.
He's really relying on this point, isn't he? A lot of mentions this criminal record thing, saying it's a lie when it's just like not.
As Alice has continued to lie about me and the abuse she put me through during our relationship, whilst blackmailing me and threatening
It's a 2-hour
Alice
video.
has created a one-sided narrative that does not show the reality of what had happened during our relationship. Due to Alice's constant posting about me and my own personal issues, my response has been delayed many times, and all of this will be covered throughout this video. When Alice's story was questioned by people on Twitter, she responded with threats to delete my phone number, whilst also insulting me and anyone who pointed out these inconsistencies in her document. Alice would then block these people after arguing and insulting them for replying to her posts, as they were highlighting many of the...
So he's just bitching, she's blocking people. He like shows instances of harassment, and it's just like people being kind of rude, I guess.
And lies that Alice had made. Alice changed her Google document multiple times to hide
Thank you
these
for the $5.
criticisms, and has
Good
cropped
impression.
messages that
Thank
showed her
you.
using the same racial slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable behavior, and I deeply regret using such horrific language, and this will be further addressed in this video. Alice has erased any evidence that these events had taken place, or that she had been at any point abusive, physically, verbally, or emotionally towards me, and this proceeds throughout her entire document, which has since been edited multiple times.
I wonder if he used AI for this script. He repeats himself so much, I have to wonder. There is no way he used AI. This is this was crafted. This was handcrafted over the last year. He was like, dude, it's like such a great play. This would work in pre-streamer times when there weren't streamers going over every single response video. This would have worked. This is what ImAllexx did for his abuse response. You just throw up screenshots, oftentimes repeating ones that don't quite show what you're claiming, and just hope that it sinks in with the audience. You just say, they lied about this, they lied about that, they lied about this wasn't true, they lied, and you just hammer that again and again, flashing as much evidence as possible, make it look like you're doing that, and the audience will just run with it. That's what used to happen. Only now that people actually sit there and will pick apart everything you show, like Chad did earlier. I'm not going to fucking do it here, because fuck that. I'm not going over the same 5 screenshots 20 times. Fuck that. Before all of that, before people started doing this, that's what would happen. It would just flash up, and they would be like, whoa, yeah, it sounds like that bitch lied. Whoa, yeah, it sounds like that bitch lied. That's what everyone did with the ImAllexx stuff. Oh, yeah, it sounds like that bitch lied. That's what Mutahar did.
Which was pointed out by a user on Twitter. Alice's entire story has been built on lies, and in this video I will be showing screenshot evidence that directly refutes the claims that she has made against me, as Alice intentionally left out hundreds of text conversations that would disprove her stories and false narrative that she has created.
Well, let's hear
Instead,
Alex.
it would show that Alice had been abusing me for our entire relationship,
Okay, 1 minute.
and that she has not stopped harassing me for the last year. Alice has made tweets stating that I do not have any trauma from our relationship together, and that she never hit me. These statements are untrue, and in fact, Alice admits to slapping me and pushing me in another in her own document. Alice had also been kicking me, which she admitted to me on Facebook Messenger after...
Okay.
But in her own document. Alice had also...
I didn't just randomly start kicking you. I probably pushed you away. Can you play the whole thing? I didn't kick you multiple times. Can we text? I'm trying, but like... Okay, we can talk about all this after. I didn't randomly start kicking you for no reason. We were arguing. I did something. I can't remember what. Something dumb, like I was in bed naked, and you told me to sleep downstairs, and I ignored you. And she started kicking him. Okay, so yeah, this is just like a toxic as fuck relationship, isn't it? I think, look, the reasonable interpretation is obviously that these people both suck. But Alex, obviously guys have more strength. You shouldn't. Yeah, it is worse to hit a woman as a guy than it is to hit a guy as a woman. It's still obviously really bad as a woman. You know? And this guy was, like, totally losing his mind as well. Like, being a total fucking psycho. Being very threatening and stuff. But it sounds like she fucking sucks. It sounds like she totally fucking sucks, too. Like, she was not good to this guy.
Had been kicking me, which she admitted to me on Facebook Messenger after she had lied that I was on Claire's Law. And all of this will be covered separately throughout this video. Alice has done all of this despite claiming she was never physically abusive at any point in our relationship, which is a lie, as Alice was physically abusing me.
He'd be weaker than most women, TBH. Everyone always says this, and it's just not true. Go look at the graphs of the distribution of strength, the grip strength distribution graphs. No, even weak guys, even weak, scrawny guys are still oftentimes stronger than pretty much every woman, okay? Sorry. Bad news.
Which she has hidden and now lied about publicly. Alice also posted a series of tweets in an argument on Twitter, stating that I do not have BPD, also known as borderline personality disorder. Alice has even gone as far as diagnosing me as a narcissist in her document, and she claimed that she is an empath. I was
Skinny guys fight like crazy too. Well, he's fat, to be honest. Dude, cute. Oh my god. Wait, let me put the Kuihman up for a minute because I'm smoking, okay?
With what they believe to be emotionally unstable personality disorder, also known as borderline personality disorder. I was then referred to my local
Dude, you are crazy if you think I'm dating fat bitches. You are crazy, Freddy.
From my psychiatrist. To claim that I haven't been diagnosed with BPD is untrue. Alice has made multiple tweets spreading false information about my medical history, whilst continuing to lie during these arguments she has online regarding me. Alice replied to a tweet which she believed was about me, where she denied that I have BPD, as she thought the original tweet was in defense of me. When it was pointed out the tweets were not about me, and that they were about another YouTuber, Alice tried to justify her ongoing posts lying about me as simply sharing information.
Crazy she was dating at all.
Asked, and she had said she wasn't going to post about me after the document was released due to the police investigation that she had lied about.
No, he's got BPD. He's the rare BPD male. Very dangerous breed, to be honest, with BPD male. Very, very dangerous specimen.
Continue to try and remain in control of the narrative surrounding me and my life for the last 12 months by spreading many lies, including this one. Alice has opened her document by saying that I will make a contradicting response to the allegations that she has made.
Alex does not have rape eyes. Alex does not have rape eyes at all. No.
And that after posting her statement, she can move on with her life. But this was a lie, as Alice has continued to post about me many times.
Yeah, he has a rape eyes. Yeah, rape eyes.
As I have shown and will show throughout this video. Alice claimed that I threatened her not to come forward with her story and repeats this when talking with YouTube commentary channels. Alice shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been threatening and blackmailing me throughout our relationship and YouTube commentary channels. Alice shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been
fix up or I'll break all your Star Wars shit. Good night. Going out with family early tomorrow. So if you've gotten here, don't bother because I'll be out. Here at mine. Here when. Yeah, she's a bitch. This is like, I'm already getting a sense from some of these text messages that were not in the original thing that there was a lot of, like this attitude, just like, I'll break all your shit and then, yeah, oh, she's a piece of shit too. Who could have guessed? It's almost like I said this back at the time when no one wanted to listen to it, and everyone was freaking the fuck out of me for suggesting that it wasn't entirely Alex being an absolute massive abuser who was purely acting as like a total evil guy who just wanted to keep this woman chained up to a radiator and beat the fuck out of her for the sake of making her miserable. Well, it's almost like that's rarely the case. It's oftentimes more a complicated situation where both parties are being emotionally toxic and making each other worse, and then one of them oftentimes takes it way too far, like Alex did. Well, it's almost like that's a way more common situation than just some horrible monster guy who just tears around the house, smacking his girlfriend over the head with a crowbar. Wow.
Been threatening and blackmailing me throughout our relationship and months after it had ended, as Alice had been threatening and
You fucked it. Wow, what? You're a nightmare. Lucky I don't expose that shit, Lamau. I was looking for the house. Let me update my story real quick. Like, and she's threatened to go public with stuff in the relationship? Dude.
Mailing me.
Then own it and stop messaging me. Say sorry publicly. I don't know what you want to do. Just go away. Why publicly? Because of why you're messaging me. But why do you want that? Okay.
Throughout our relationship and months after it had ended. I had told my friend and blackmailing me throughout our relationship.
Man, stay the fuck away from you. You kicked me, you psychotic freak. I'm not fucking dealing with this. Keep going. It's adding to the report. You start shit today. What the fuck? You did. You started today. Leave me alone. I was minding my business clear. You've destroyed everything. Seriously, I hope you understand. There's no walking back from this.
And
I was talking. You was being mean and not understanding me. Okay, K, grow up. TBH, taking it on me. What's the point? Can't deal with it. Speak. Don't stop making a call and shout at me in public and threaten to hit me. I was doing what you wanted in your time, not mine. You went too far. You did. I'm literally crying. Dude, yeah, she's a... Fuck this girl. Yeah. Fuck both these people, obviously. But yeah, this woman is evil.
Months after it had ended. I had told my friends that Alice had been hitting me. Alice denied this on months after it had...
Unforgiving. About what? Everything you do to me. Is this about getting assaulted? I'm confused. No, this is about us, about what you did to me. Do you want to talk about it? I want you to leave me alone forever and stop trying to be civil with me and say shit behind my back. Saying I used to hit you is insane and I can sue you for that. I would prevent... Okay, well, but you admit to hitting him in these messages.
It ended. I had told my friends that
and in
Alice
your document.
had been hitting me. Alice denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me.
Yeah, so this is fucked. This is like fucked from her. This is absolutely fucked behavior from her. Obviously, it doesn't discount anything fucked that Alex has done, obviously. But when you've acknowledged that you have been physical with this guy, he tells other people about it, and you try and literally silence him with threats of lawsuits. That's fucked. That is totally fucked.
Denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me.
Yes, I slapped your face one time. Name a guy who hasn't slapped a huge asshole. That's your defense. My GF slapped me after I abused her. So yeah, this is from the original document. This is what she puts at the very end. Is that, oh, at one point I defended myself from his verbal attacks on me, his words, by hitting him. That's what legit her argument is. She was being shouted at, so she had to defend herself by hitting him. That's her argument. So that's insane.
Hitting me throughout.
I didn't just threat. Okay, we've already seen this one. He's going to flash up this screenshot a million times.
Throughout.
Yeah, so saying here that she kicked him again. It's uncalled for.
Relationship. Alice.
Call me fat and kick me in bed. So, okay. So she's calling him fat too. I agree, Alex, when packing on the pounds recently. But I don't think it's for his girlfriend. Just call him fat while they're in bed, personally. We would say this is very fucked up if a guy was doing this to a girlfriend. So, you know, these people both seem fucking horrible. These people both seem like total pieces of shit. Gonna be real.
Alice says that my story will...
But, like, I mean, you know, I guess I just don't have... When there's, like, a super emotionally fucked relationship like this between two young people, I just don't have, like... The hypocrisy is the most offensive thing to me here, okay? The hypocrisy is the most offensive thing to me here. Alex would obviously not give another guy who was in the situation any grace on his public platform. So it's difficult to give him any grace. However, if this was someone who wasn't a total virtue signaling loser, I would look at this as like, you know, it is like outside of the norm for how toxic it is. But this is something that can feasibly happen between young people who have mental health conditions. This is like not that crazy rare. Like, this is just a fucked situation where the relationship should have ended sooner than it did, but it didn't because they were in a cycle of constantly, like, you know, trying to make it better and not, you know what happens in these fucking situations. I'm sure everyone's known a couple like this. I'm sure.
Contradict hers. And that is because Alice knows that our relationship
codependent
is
as
not how
fuck.
she has portrayed it online. Alice has lied constantly, and I can prove this with the text evidence that she is intentionally not included, as it contradicts her own story. Alice
like,
says
it's like Darius and Xena. Like, I'm seeing Darius and Xena here. That's all I'm seeing. Yeah, exactly.
Huge fight where I dragged her, covered her mouth, and put her in a headlock, and that this happened on the 19th of October, a few days after we had moved in with each other. There are no texts from this time that even suggest that we were fighting or had been in a fight, and that's because this did not happen. On the 19th of October, Alice asked me to call, and the next text message was Alice asking me to sort out my bike in the garage. Later that same day, Alice asked me what's happening, and I tell her the cat had shut me in the cupboard because I was fixing our heating. And then that night we texted about packages arriving the next day. At one past midnight...
What do you mean the cat shut you in the cupboard?
Our heating. And then that...
Wait, he got shut in the cupboard. I think, what? The cat locked him in? What? There's no way that's true. He was cheating or something. He was cheating and messaging some other girl. He shut himself in there to message some other girl or some shit. There's some other explanation for that. The cat did not shut you in, dude. There is some other explanation here.
That night we texted about packages arriving the next day. At one past midnight,
or he's hiding from her or something.
She'd made me pizza, and then on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the shop, and then we go on to talk about buying Pokemon cards.
You know, Pocket TCG has raped me. I was in the shop and they had Pokemon cards by the checkout, and I almost bought a pack. I was almost like, dude, I just want the satisfaction of opening a pack of Pokemon cards because I'm addicted from Pocket TCG. It got me. I was like so close. I was like so close. I held it back. Not a true diehard. You should have bought it.
The next day. At one
pizza in the kitchen. Alex, okay. Can you get your pill downstairs? Bear his head toward now. What do you want from the shop?
Past midnight, Alice tells me she'd made me pizza, and then on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the shop.
How is your burger? Okay. Good. I'll be ready to play in 20 minutes-ish. We can do a bot lane. They're playing League together and eating burger?
And then we go on to talk about buying Pokemon.
What upload today? So the chores in a second. So try that. Okay, can you help me with living room? Also, just bought a few bags. We're going together. Here. Haha, silly on my stream. I don't know. You eat. Show the cards I like. Okay, well, they're buying cards together. Awesome stuff.
Cards. To claim we had a huge fight where I'd physically assaulted Alice is a lie. I never did these things Alice has accused me of doing, because this never happened. Alice has texted her mum and used this as proof that this event had taken place after screenshotting the text in real time.
Okay.
As the messages display the words today instead of the date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make it seem like I had physically assaulted her when this never happened. This isn't the only time Alice has used...
he's flatly denying allegations of physical abuse. Now, is there evidence to counter this? The recording. Yeah. But I don't know if the recording shows anything conclusive, does it? And there are two different allegations of physical assault. I don't think that's... I think these are two different ones. The recording, I think, is a separate allegation. The recording is about the kick, I think. And then there's a separate one where he pulled on her hood or something. Like, pulled her back. Like, pulled on her back.
Similar proof to claim something...
Like, that's what this is about. These texts with his mom, these aren't about the kick. Those are about him pulling her back or whatever.
This event had taken place after screenshotting the text in real time, as the messages display the words today instead of the date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make it seem like I had physically assaulted her when this never happened. This isn't the only time Alice has used similar proof to claim something had happened which had never taken place at all, and she does this many times in her document. Alice provided a list of events that she had written herself.
Yeah, thank you for the memberships, guys. Thank you. Attack Fox and Entropy. Hugely appreciate. Thank you, guys.
Directly into her notes app as evidence and has attached them to her document as proof. But Alice was still writing these stories after she had said that she had moved out, which shows that these were written at a later date retroactively for this document. Anyone could have written down anything on any date and claimed that it was true.
True, it's not good evidence. It's true.
A notes app can be done at any time, and is in no way, shape or form proof that something happened. The texts between us from that time reflect a totally different story that Alice has not included in her document, even though she provided an exact date of the day this had apparently taken place. Instead, Alice has fabricated a story entirely and has accused me of being physically abusive to hide the fact that she had been slapping, punching and kicking me throughout our relationship. Something that she had
I assume those are all the same screenshots we've already seen and there's literally no reason to go over them, is my guess here.
The texts between us from that time reflect a totally different story that Alice has not included in her document, even though she provided an exact date of the day this had apparently taken place. Instead, Alice has fabricated a story entirely and has accused me of being physically abusive to hide the fact that she had been slapping, punching and kicking me throughout our relationship. Something that she had tried to hide from her document and has lied about on Twitter publicly.
It's so based that he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to reuse the same screenshots again and again to make her seem like as much of a liar as possible. You have to respect the art. You really do. He's an auteur. He's a true creative.
At no point has this story ever been consistent, as Alice said that this happened on the 4th day that we moved in with each other in her document and in her notes app, but then it texted me that it happened on the 2nd. And to be clear, the text...
Okay, so what is this?
me that it happened.
Okay, so saying it's the 4th day.
And then it texted me that it happened.
But then day 2, okay. You dragged me to the point where you gave me shit 24/7, pushed me away to the point where I didn't even want to sleep in the same bed as you because I knew you'd be mean to me. You put hands on me, pushed me, headlock, blah, blah, CBA, 2 days in. So yes, you got whatever you did from me. You're an asshole and you broke everything we had.
On the 2nd. And to be clear, the text messages from the 17th of October also show that this was not the case. Alice started to accuse me of being physically abusive with her after I had asked her multiple times to stop her constant physical attacks on me. Because these continued, I had asked to break up. The first time Alice ever mentioned that this assault had apparently happened was when we were in an argument.
How being abusive was so sorry, what the fuck? I haven't been at all, so don't, by the way. Do what you have, I'm not fucking hearing this. You kicked me. No, man, you're insane. You've dragged me. You've covered my mouth. Oh my god, no, I haven't. Go away. You've headlocked me.
On the day
what the
we
fuck?
broke up, and I had told her to leave the house. Alice accused me of grabbing her and said she could prove that this had happened because she had written down the date in her notes app, and then started to blackmail me and threaten me that she would go to the police. Written down the date in her...
What the actual fuck is going on? You're insane. I'm done. Don't fucking come back.
Notes app, and then start
putting your PC out of the garage, or your other stuff. So here's the problem I'm having now, is Alex is actually, he is flatly denying these allegations of physical abuse. And there isn't good evidence to substantiate they happened, particularly. I think he admits to kicking one time. But she's admitted to a whole bunch of physical incidents. So, like, yeah, this guy was abusive, but I'm really getting a much worse opinion than I thought I would have of Alice. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it would just be like a couple of instances, and she was kind of a bitch. This is making it seem like she's really, really kind of a piece of fucking work. I'm not gonna lie.
Started to blackmail me and threaten me that she would go to the police and start calling me an abuser. I denied this ever happening and explained how it disturbed me that Alice was trying to gaslight me into believing that this had taken place. I had asked Alice not to come back to the house and that I would leave her stuff in the garage because I wanted to break up and I didn't want her near me anymore, as she had been assaulting me and threatening me since we had started dating. When Alice had left the house, I finally thought I could escape our relationship and that I wouldn't have to see her again. This is when Alice began to start blackmailing me and threatening me.
Yeah, I like how it's reactive abuse when Alice responds to Alex's words. But if I dared to imply here, or when this first happened, if I dared to imply that Alex might be being reactively physically abusive to her emotional abuse, people would lose it. People would lose their mind. But women are allowed to be reactively physically abusive to men. It's very interesting. It's very stupid. I'm not a big fan of it. Not a big fan of it. Can't lie. Personally, I think being physical with people is always bad, whether you're a woman or not.
Because I was asking her to stay away. Alice told me that she was going to come back and that she was only gone for a night. When I told Alice I didn't want her to come back, she accused me of physically abusing her. Alice then threatened to report this lie to the police to stop me from trying to leave our relationship. I knew that now, if I then threatened to...
Like, he's protesting his innocence to her in these all these messages like that. That gives me faith in the story, because usually people will accept the things that they can't deny in these conversations to try and win on a different point, to try and manipulate the person. But that's not what's happening here.
Report.
Reactive abuse has never been considered justified, has it? It's a license to hand wave. People say reactive abuse, and that means it's not real abuse, because it's because the other person is being abusive. It's not their fault they were reactively abusive, because it's reactive. That's the argument, right? It's basically removing the agency of the person taking the action, saying it was the other person's fault, saying it was the abuser's fault.
This lied to the police to stop me from trying.
I feel like they're both in the wrong. This video is extremely difficult to navigate, and this should have been handled offline from both parties. Yeah, I agree. The idea that she's trying to pretend that she's protecting future women isn't stacking up for me. Not stacking up for me at all. I don't think this was justified to leak. I don't think this was justified to go public with right now. I think she is engaging, from what I can see, in a pretty poor way in this relationship. I don't think you have reason to believe that this guy is, like, targeting people or predating, looking for people to abuse. Well, yeah, okay, true. Anything that creates content is justified. That's very true. But if we were looking at this from, like, a relationship perspective, I don't think this is good. I don't think going public with this sort of thing is good.
Trying to leave our relationship. I knew that now, if I tried to leave, Alice would accuse me of physically abusing her, as she had used this to get me to back down from trying to end our relationship in this conversation. The false accusations and police threats were the final straw. I did not want to be blackmailed again into staying in our relationship. Alice continued to insist that I had assaulted her in our argument over text, but as I have shown, we were completely—
Yeah, that's the one thing I want, is this ex, who she messaged earlier, what behavior, because this message clearly states basically that there is some behavior they both agree is common with Alex between both of their relationships. His ex and Alice agree that there is some behavior that is common between his... So I want to know what that behavior is. If it's like, if he's repeatedly been physically abusive in multiple relationships, I understand why you go public with this. If that's not the case, though, all I'm seeing is an exceedingly toxic relationship where both of you are physical and both of you are horrible. Honestly, and Alice, right now, from what I remember of the original document and what I'm seeing here, really not looking good for Alice. Not good for Alex either, obviously, terrible guy. But this is, like, way worse of a presentation than she was willing to show initially.
Completely fine on the 19th of October because this fight never took place. Alice has created this story because she'd been threatening me throughout our entire relationship with ruining my life and career, and she knew she could bully me into submission and control me with these accusations and threats.
I'm pretty sure he's admitted to kicking. Yeah. There's this instance of kicking. But again, they're both basically going to make the argument that their kicks weren't, like, kicks. Like, when we say kick, that means, like, force with the foot. But when people hear kick, they think Spartan kick. What these people are going to say is it's more like pushing with the foot, you know? They're, like, in bed and, like, just stretching, like, almost stretching their foot out quickly, if you know what I mean. Stretching your leg out quickly and just, like, batting them with it, if you know what I mean. So, like, everyone thinks, like, Spartan kick or, like, you know, whatever, but that's probably not what these were, I imagine.
Recorded me during my manic episodes and when I'd reacted to the constant threats and physical attacks in our relationship. Alice would threaten to post these videos when I tried to leave and when we argued. I felt that I had no choice but to stay when Alice threatened me. Alice has carefully selected these screenshots.
Alice was totally dishonest in her document, Moody Morgan. That's absolutely incontrovertible. I'm sorry, it's just facts that she was completely dishonest. The whole document is in chronological order. Then at the end, she puts her instances of abuse. She puts the ones where she was physically abusive, even though they came earlier in the timeline. So it's all chronological, except the thing she does wrong, which she takes out and inserts at the very bottom so that you're not primed by her bad actions as you're going through his bad actions. Even though, yeah, exactly, the escalation in the relationship is important. That's important to understanding the dynamic. And, like, so much of this, and, like, all the clips she showed were totally cut to fuck, so you didn't know whether she was winding him up or anything before he started shouting at her. Like, seeing this makes her seem crazy dishonest.
Shots to hide me denying the.
No, you're totally wrong. They both have admitted to physical abuse. You're totally wrong, Easy. I don't know why you're saying things like that when you're just completely, objectively wrong. She says in her own document, at the very end of her document, she admits to 2 instances of physical abuse. I believe it's a slap and a kick she admits to. She admits to that. Alex admits to kicking, I believe, right? Or admits to, yeah, I think a kick. In text, he admits to a kick.
The physical abuse and to paint a completely different story, which is untrue. In the full thread that Alice hasn't shown, I told Alice.
So what is the level up bad for each? Alex seems institutionally bad. Yeah, you're like retarded if you think Alex is like institutionalization crazy. That's like the most retarded reading in the world. You're like actually fucking stupid if you think that. I'm sorry. You're like either a child or you're beyond fucking stupid. Like you've never interacted with anyone who's been upset in your life. Like you understand the standard to get put in a psychiatric institution. It's not just shouting and threatening when your girlfriend winds you up. It's not just that. Especially when he wasn't making credible threats. He was saying, I'm going to smash your head against the wall with a brick.
I agree with Nick. This story is better if it's fake or based on a false premise. It's poetic and calmer given all the lives this guy has tried to ruin based on total BS. I can't feel sympathy for him.
Yeah, I don't feel much sympathy for him either, but I just think this bitch is psycho. He was obviously doing pretty fucked stuff. Online content retards need to stop calling up being upset a manic episode. That's facts. Yeah, there's like no way that like the idea that Alex is fully institutionally crazy. Yeah, if you take, dude, like I can't even understand that mindset. You see like one clip of someone threatening someone and hear that they might have kicked someone. You're like, whoa, this guy needs to be in a psychiatric institution. Like what? What are you fucking smoking, dude? What planet do you live on? Where are we coming from?
Alice, I'd only tried to hug her, as I was not talking about grabbing Alice at all at any point in the conversation that she has tried to misrepresent. And when we discussed this at a later date, Alice says that I had hugged her and that I had walked away to avoid us fighting.
Jail everyone always. Throw everyone in prison.
Document at all. In one argument, Alice accused me of dragging her again, to which I...
Yeah, it's like everyone sees the brick clip and they're like, whoa, this guy's really upset and saying horrible things to his girlfriend. What an insane psycho.
I sent her a voice message where I told her that it didn't happen.
May he who has never made an exaggerated, comical, imaginary threat against a woman they were upset with cast the first stone, okay?
I'm so confused here, Alice. Like, this morning, I was just trying to talk to you normally. I tried to call you, tried to have a normal conversation, and you escalate it to this. I don't understand. I don't understand, like, why this? Why does it have to be this? Why couldn't you just let me talk to you, like, have just a normal conversation today? Why did you, like, do you want it to be this? I don't want to fight you. I don't want to have fights with you. I don't want to have angry text messages with you. And I also don't want to be accused of doing stuff that I haven't done.
Alice then mocked me because I brought up her slapping me.
No. Don't make any mistakes. Alex made this video to try and claw his career back. This video is dishonest in its own way. As dishonest or more dishonest than Alice's initial document. But the reality is that there is enough behavior I'm seeing here from Alice that show me sort of what the dynamic of the relationship was here. I'm seeing a bit clearer how these people were acting with each other, and it's not good for either.
Alice texted me in response saying, you're mad if you want to say I'd slap you, even though Alice has now admitted she slapped me in the document that she posted. In these texts, I said that Alice pushed me away and gave me shit 24/7 to the point where I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. At this point, we were sending messages at the exact same time. This makes it look like we were responding to each other away and gave me shit 24/7 to the point where I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. At this point, we were sending messages at the exact same
Because I knew you'd just be mean to me, headlock, blah, 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 okay, blah, 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 being super autistic. If you want to argue, you can argue, but you can't just go around screaming in the house.
Same
Okay.
time. This makes it look like we were responding to each other, but we were sending these messages simultaneously, as shown in these screenshots. When I said that Alice can't go around screaming in our house, it was because it was attached to the message where I was explaining why I had started to sleep downstairs because she would punch, kick, and scream at me, so I'd been forced to sleep on the sofa. Because we lived in a rented house, I didn't want to be evicted because of the constant arguments and screaming when I would sleep upstairs. Alice has cropped these messages intentionally to hide the entire context of this conversation. Alice has not only not shown these texts from when this apparent fight took place, but has now cut around messages to portray a story which is untrue. Alice hit me many times throughout our relationship, and this happened consistently from the moment that we started dating. Alice would use physical violence when I refused to do as she had asked.
I wonder what percent of relationships are always or just become ultra toxic. I think, honestly, most relationships are toxic to some extent. Most people are abusive in some way. Most people have some maladaptive, you know, behavior that comes out when they're super fucked up or super stressed or whatever, and they end up that they do bad things. That is, it's just very common. Just incredibly common. Everyone wants to act like they're not an abuser. Like anyone who does one abusive act is an abuser, so they're not an abuser. It's not the case. Most people at some point, oftentimes at many points in their life, are abusive. Okay? And people just, there's this retarded... Dude, that's not seething. There's this retarded... This is like the fundamental, like, you know, Mr. Girl versus Destiny mindset, right? Where Mr. Girl will say, yeah, I'm abusive. Destiny will go, you shouldn't call things abusive because you're watering down the word abusive. And I mean, you can't use the word abusive for that because I do that and I wouldn't be called abusive. And that's basically, that's the game that lots of people have started playing online, is that they try and say, like, minor abusive actions or things that aren't obviously abusive on first glance actually aren't abusive because that's not serious enough. But no, it still is abusive, and you should be honest with yourself about your maladaptive behaviors.
And this is something she admitted to in a conversation on Facebook Messenger. When I brought up that she had been assaulting me throughout our relationship, Alice responded by saying that any girl would have done the same. Alice also went on to send me a message where she said that her kicking me was probably uncalled for. I messaged Alice about her assaulting me on Facebook after she had posted TikToks calling me an abuser and lied that I was on Claire's Law and under a police investigation. I questioned why Alice was doing this when she had been physically assaulting me throughout our relationship. I questioned why Alice...
Abusing your girlfriend is only based if you get away with it. Sorry, Alex. He tried. Look, he tried. I respect this video. Like, you're trying to make me sound like I'm abusive to you or anything. Do you want me to explain now? Why even say it? Because you're just saying she used to hit me. She used to hit me all the time. That's you. You said it. You know what kills me? Reading what you're sending is I understood when we fought there was other stuff going on. I felt bad for you for everything.
Alice was doing this when she...
I actually fight with your brother and it broke me, having to get in the way of you two. We know that it's not true. It's upsetting me. We're going to pretend now. I don't even have to think about anything else in my life right now. Let's have a conversation if we can't be honest. Really making me incredibly sad.
She had been physically assaulting me.
I was being attacked. Posted that text on socials publicly. You make shit up.
Our relationship.
Put you in more trouble. I know you feel like it was right. I want to fight him in tears. I won't make shit up and it's really fucked up. Didn't punch you in the face, but you know, you're threatening me. I just want to talk. You make me sound like you.
I told her because
you attacked me publicly. You backed me into a corner. Told him the real reason why. I didn't even want to call it. Okay, boy, he's just bitching.
I would have to defend
crying,
myself
bitching. Facebook Messenger arguing is crazy. Please, God, never put me in this position. I mean, you know, I've gone through periods of using Messenger, I'll be real. But yeah. You know what's one thing about Messenger that's very unfortunate is you just can't delete messages like years later. Very annoying. Very annoying. And you said you slapped me yesterday. Yes, I slapped your face one time. Name a guy who hasn't slapped a huge asshole. I know I was, and I'm ashamed of everything, but coming after my life, that's your defense. My GF slapped me after I abused her, and you said you slapped me if I lied to you here. You dragged me, put me in headlocks, kicked me, say sorry publicly. I don't know what to do. Why do you think public speculation is needed? So, I mean, here, okay. Now, here's a problem. He's not denying this in these messages. He's not denying headlocks at all. He was trying to deny the pulling and headlock incident earlier, it seemed like. But he's not denying that here.
Accusations she had posted publicly. This is when Alice threatened to sue me for suggesting that she had slapped me.
I honestly can't tell the difference between Alex speaking and Kuihman speaking. Ha 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 ha. This guy sounds like ImAllexx. This guy looks like I'm... Die! Shut up! Shut up! Die! Shut up! Ah! Okay. I would have preferred to talk to you about this since the start.
Which she later admitted to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sounds like she has been physical with him, but he's lying in this video. So this is a very dishonest video, gotta say. Incredibly dishonest video. Repeating screenshots, acting like showing you stuff, being totally wrong about Claire's Law, and now it seems like you're lying about this headlock thing.
And lied that I was on Claire's Law and under a police investigation. I questioned why Alice was doing this.
No face cam because we're smoking.
Assaulting me throughout our relationship. I
I'm
told
chilling,
her because
okay.
of this, I would have to defend myself because of the accusations she had posted publicly. This is when Alice threatened to sue me for suggesting that she had slapped me, which she later admitted to in her document. I messaged Alice about the time she had kicked me, which had led to me sleeping on the sofa and staying away from her to stop her from assaulting me. I retold this story on messages, and Alice replied saying she didn't just start kicking me randomly for no reason. Alice admits in these
Quickly
messages...
needs a rat tail update, dude. I need to get my haircut so bad. It's so rough. I like see it's like so far down my neck, man. Or I could just grow. I could go full Anakin Skywalker, you know? Like, we could go just full, you know. I hate them. Not that one. We could go full. Where is he? Oh, Mustafar. We could go full like this.
That she was kicking me because I had refused to put my shirt on, which is her reason for assaulting me. Alice responded with, "Yeah, that's pretty stupid," in response to me refusing to put my shirt on. This is because I...
Unironically, the barber fucked my shit up last time I went. And I had to go to like a fucking... I went and got a haircut because I had to do something in real life. I had to go to like an event, you know. And I went and got a haircut and he fucked my shit up and made it way too short. And I was like, man, I don't want to go back to the fucking barber ever again. It's happened like the last fucking 3 times too, like last 3 or 4 times. And so it's been like a 6-month gap, basically every time I've gotten a haircut. Because I have like a traumatic experience that I can't go back.
I had a skin condition that Alice was aware of. I said it was stupid at the time because I regretted not just doing as Alice had asked, as it would have avoided her assaulting me, and we wouldn't have ended up arguing. We had also texted about this exact situation. I told Alice I didn't want to upset her as she was angry that I no longer would share a bed with her anymore.
Okay, this is the exact same screenshot we've already seen, bro. You've shown this one like 6 times.
Because she had been kicking me and calling me fat because I had told her that I couldn't sleep with a shirt on because of my illness. I've had a skin condition since 2021.
Bro, why are you showing us this nasty
this
shit?
skin condition caused me to have full body itching episodes when I was touched, pushed, or hit, and it made it very hard for me to sleep. I was told by my doctor to try and avoid stressful situations and to stay dry and avoid warmth as it was seemingly making it worse. This is why I would sleep with no shirt on. When we first started dating, it was minimal, around the stomach area, but a few months into our relationship, it had spread to my entire body. Throughout my time with Alice, it got worse, and the stress of our relationship and other issues I was having at the time were having a huge effect on me, and Alice was aware of this. Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling me fat in text and in person, and this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt on, because she did not like my...
Dude, what?
Supportive.
I put cream on to get rid of it. Yeah, do the very help, it's just cream you have to use, no messages and things, okay.
But it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice
Thank you for the $5, Jimberly.
Hey, do you think if I put a racing spoiler on my tailbone it would make me bust some buns like a lot faster, or should I just get a Stream Deck?
Man, you okay, man. Okay, dude. You fat fuck. No, Alice, it's over. We're done. I'm not talking. You asked. We didn't speak again. How to stop it? I said, I'm fully over. Stop insulting me and it's done. Going on, yeah, let's keep going. Stop it, Alex. You asked me. I just fucking know what's up and try to talk about you fat fucking monkey retard boy. Literal retard mongrel. I assume she means Mongol. Is she saying retard Mongol? Did you mean Mongoloid? You retard Mongol? Like Mongolian? Like Mongolian?
Well, you're just talking like a Mongoloid.
I don't give a fuck. I am a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid. That is what I am. We are a horde. That is what we are. Yes, we are that. We are 100% that.
That's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of, because the Mongols are the ones who created civilization. And you created nothing but barbarism. You're the fucking barbarians. You destroyed the treasures of mankind. The Mongols only united it. What the fuck do you know about civilization? What the fuck do you know about pride? What the fuck do you have to be proud of? Except looting, genociding, and destroying the cultures and peoples and wealth of this world. What the fuck do you know, Cans cuck?
Well, you're the one here chipping out, so...
I am chipping out, bitch, because I'm a fucking human being. And you're a little soy boy
let's go.
Little bitch.
Yeah.
You don't know who the fuck I am.
No,
Real shit.
I see you. I think you're a Mongoloid. That's what you...
I am a Mongoloid. You're right. It is what I am, and I'm proud of being that.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
it's an anthropological term. It doesn't actually mean Mongol.
Oh, so what's your fucking point? You ugly, disgusting, fucking barbarian, smelly piece of shit. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, Angloid. What fucking civilizations did Angloids ever fucking have? It needed the Romans to fuck all of you in your ass to give you any civilization. You never had any of your own. You want to be racist? I could be way more racist. You want to talk shit about Asians? What the fuck do you have on Asia, huh?
I have nothing on it.
You have nothing, because you're a Can's cuck, bitch.
W house. Oh my god.
Started by calling me fat.
You fat fucking monkey, retard boy, literal Mongol. If you can, you nonce. Dude, this is rough. This is actually fucked up. I understand everyone's just like everyone was going crazy about the shit Alex said. This is like the equivalent for women. This is like crazy fucked up to say to people. Like insanely abusive, yeah. This is like crazy abusive.
And texted in person.
Don't make it about me talks over you, you thick, give me this whole time. Don't make it about me, you fat cunt. Like, dude, I got no faith you'd ever let me try and talk about it. Like, yeah, it feels like she's, like, anytime he brings up an issue with her, she turns it into this. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, this is, like, fucking horrible.
And this was because she wanted...
This is, like, really fucking horrible. There's so many times you said stuff to me, I just have to go sleep downstairs. You gotta try, because you've not stopped insults, you gotta try understand me. You combat me even when it's, like, talking about the videos or cooking, literally anything, don't cook like this. So do you, don't do that. I literally was sad about you going all the time, I want to upset you, I asked you to stay. Like fucking hell, as well as asking questions in the kitchen. It's the same screenshot was shown again. He's been dishonest again.
Wanted me to keep my shirt on because she did not like my illness, and
so yeah, again, like Alex sucks, this bitch sucks. I hate both these people. Both these people deserve each other. A friend, idiot, don't be dumb, still stands, don't be dumb, shut up with insults, go calm down, go realize all I needed was reassurance, realize you're a fat wanker and fix up. I was, and now, again, and now, had me crying all night, feel like my feelings are nothing to you. You just approved it all, I'll fix up, or I'll break all your Star Wars shit. Okay, so it's context for the messages earlier. So we are being shown, we're only being shown like 3 conversations, and we're being shown different parts of it at different times here, it seems like right now.
Illness, and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together, and Alice told me when I took my shirt off that if I was going to do that, then she
yeah, this is the same conversation again.
Wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted to sleep in our bed that night, and she had complained that I spent too much time away from her. This angered Alice, and she...
We're 20 minutes in, we're 21 minutes in.
Called me names. I ignored her and turned away so I could go to sleep. Alice turned around in bed and kicked me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off, and then she kicked me even harder and then started to donkey kick me in my neck and in the back of my head. Alice had done this so hard that I fell out of the bed while she was still kicking me. I proceeded to get incredibly angry, and I shouted at Alice, and I insulted her, and this is something that I deeply regret doing. When I messaged Alice about this on Facebook, she said that she didn't just start kicking me hard. The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms and I pulled her to the floor. This is the only time that I tried to defend myself.
Okay, okay, alright, okay. Now, if that's true, that does change things quite significantly. That does actually change things quite significantly. If he only restrained her after she was physical with him, that's actually very different. That is very different.
Attacked me after kicking me in the back of the head. Alice says in the messages that she didn't do it for no reason, as she believed that because I had refused to sleep downstairs without my shirt on, that made it acceptable to kick me, because I had refused to.
I remember pushing you away from me. I didn't just go ahead and start kicking hard to you. So yeah, she's saying she didn't just start going kicking a dude. Okay.
Do what Alice had asked. Alice has also written in a document that I had accused her of hitting me when we were in bed because I was talking to our cat, and Alice has put this story last in her document.
Dude, you people are so fucking stupid, it's unreal. Dude, it's actually so annoying sometimes. Moody Morgan, you are retarded. No one's just believing what he says. Rewind the fucking VOD. Listen to the words that came out of my mouth. I said, if that's the case, that does change things quite significantly. There's a operative word in that sentence, you stupid old cunt, and that is if. You fucking mongoloid, you fucking downy, you stupid old bitch, you stupid old hag. Get a grip!
Alice says that this story about the cat is a lie, and that it didn't happen.
Oh, this guy's such a liar, and we just believe everything he says? Guess what? Alice is fucking dishonest too. Alice is a dishonest piece of shit too. But you believe shit she says. You believe a bunch of shit she says. Both these people suck. I'm evaluating the evidence and making reasonable inferences about the state of the relationship according to the evidence and testimony they're both giving. Nobody's just believing anyone, you stupid cunt.
At this point,
Jesus Christ, it's so fucking annoying. If I have to deal with the fucking retarded commentary mindset of, why are you defending this guy? Why are you when anyone makes a reasonable interpretation of something we're being told in the video, it's so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. Get a grip. Get a grip. Or leave. One of the two.
With that cat and manipulate the story. I can show what really happened.
I am defending him. Guess what? The White Boy Council said Alex is innocent. So he's innocent. None of this even happened. She made it all up.
Screenshots of this conversation and has portrayed it as the whole story. Alice does not show the hundreds of texts where she admits to getting physical and trying to hurt me, whilst also downplaying the seriousness of her physical attacks on me whilst justifying them. This was purposely hidden, as it would show that Alice was physically abusing me, which is why she shows this screenshot and has cut off the first part of the conversation where I had asked Alice why she had tried to hit me, in which she belittles and insults me.
I am a downy. Alex is innocent.
Suggesting that she had assaulted me, even though she admits to getting physical in the text that she did not show. Alice then went on to write this. I had told him to stop saying weird things to the cat. He was joking about taking him away, and why would I let someone who told me they'd break my cat's neck near my cat? This was an argument around mine, so there is no texts. This is not true at all, and not how this took place, which will be shown.
I say shit like this about people's pets all the time. One of my favorite things, I used to say this about someone's dog. I used to say I was going to chase their dog around and say I was going to put him in the oven. Chasing this fucking, like, little Pomeranian thing around, and I'm going to put you in the oven. Like, shit like that. It's funny. It's funny.
These text messages. For context before I read them, me and Alice were in bed together when our cat Bear entered the room, jumped onto the bed and sat on my chest. I began talking to the cat in a silly voice and Alice was laughing with me. I was jokingly saying I was going to eat him if he got any closer, and it was very apparent that I did not mean this literally, and that I was in fact joking, as we had done together throughout our relationship. Alice even acknowledges that I was joking in her document at the time. Alice said this in her document. He then goes on to say I have punched him in the face over the cat. This is Delulu Island we're on now, because he's trying to grab onto anything he can to create his story. This didn't happen, and I couldn't tell you where he cooked this up from. This is from an argument where he was being horrible, had the cat in his arms, and came up to me making jokes about taking him away. Alex was in my face all over me doing this, so I pushed him off of me. I got this story from our own texts that Alice has left out of her document. It is not something that I had cooked up, and I'm not creating my own story, as there were hundreds of texts of me complaining when it happened that Alice doesn't show, which I will read for full clarity. Alice admits that I was making jokes in her document, but then says I was being horrible, which is untrue and completely contradictory to what Alice had written, where she fully admits that I was joking at the time. Alice calls me delusional and says I'm on Delulu Island for thinking that Alice had physically assaulted me for joking about the cat, but has written in her own document that she did push me, and that it was because of me making these jokes about the cat. Alice texted me saying she hadn't hit me, and this was after I'd accused her of punching me in our bedroom in person, and then I had walked away. Before I left, I asked Alice to pack her things.
You don't say punch her. Don't try and hit me. And she says, TF, I didn't try hit you. You tried to hit me because of the cat. I pushed you off me and the cat. I didn't. Okay, so she's saying push here. He hasn't said punch. He hasn't said punch landed. Let's see.
And then I had walked away. Before I left, I asked Alice to pack her things and leave, as I was not comfortable with being hit in our relationship, and this was not the first time that Alice had hit me. At first, Alice completely denied even trying to hit me at all, and then responded with her reason for why she had got physical with me, as it was due to me saying I was going to take the cat away.
I never push you away when you come near me. That's just you. I'm just saying, yeah, after you've been at Bellend, I don't want it happening. Bellend, what? I just sat and say from bought you food. Don't get in my face, say you're going to take the cat away.
As a joke. I was incredibly...
That's what? I was not in your face, gaslighting right now, and I was joking, yeah. Okay, you've got to leave. Oh, I'll live with you anymore. I didn't laugh. I keep saying, stop, it's not funny. I'm being serious. I've had enough.
Thrown off by this, as it was minutes after Alice had assaulted me. Alice began...
Laugh. I'm gaslighting you. Pushed you off.
To gaslight me over text and tried to get me to think that this had never happened and that I was overreacting. Alice didn't apologize for getting physical.
Push you off. It seems like, okay, she seems saying push. I'm not seeing him say punch in here.
But instead doubled down on why she'd assaulted me. Alice hadn't told me she didn't like the way I was joking around before she assaulted me. We were in...
Well, I think there were maybe separate cat incidents, but this one, they're definitely both talking about the same one, because in the quote he showed of her talking about it, she talks about a push, right? An accusation of hitting and talking about a push. So this is the same. This is the same instance.
In bed laughing, so I thought it was fine and just a normal interaction. Alice calls me mental and mocks me with laughing crying emojis for trying to discuss why she had assaulted me. I made it clear in the text that I didn't.
They actually both do have BPD, yeah, I believe. Okay, this is the same text. I'm not seeing the punch in here. I'm not seeing punch.
Alice or get physical when I was upset with her, and that I was tired of her doing this to me. To which Alice responded by agreeing and saying, yeah, after you've been a bellend. Alice ignores her assaulting me as the reason this argument has started, and has cut it out of her document to make it seem like I was being horrible, and that she had reacted to me, and not that she had hit me and insulted me, to which I responded.
Okay, now we're going back to hit. We're going back to hit all of a sudden when it seems like push from those texts.
And leaving the room. This is why Alice at no point is specific about what I said that was actually horrible. She just references the joke I made about taking the cat away. This is because I wasn't being horrible, and Alice is misrepresenting the situation intentionally by hiding these texts that showed what really
I think he's also it seems like he's misrepresenting it too. It doesn't seem like there was a punch. It seems like it was a push. That seems like what's happening. But okay.
Again, acknowledges in text.
I agree. She's a piece of shit for it. Like, yeah, if he's just joking about the fucking cat, and she like pushes him, yeah, that's not okay. She shouldn't be getting physical like that. I mean, it's fuck. Her behavior's bad there, but now you're blowing it up in this video. You're pretending it's worse than it is.
And that I was not being serious at any point, and that she was aware of this the entire time this argument was taking place. This contradicts what Alice...
The cat segment goes on for like 40 minutes, so maybe you'll flesh it out better.
...said in a document where she claims that I was being horrible, as Alice knew the whole time I was joking, as shown by these messages, minutes after the actual event had happened. I told Alice I didn't like her getting physical with me, as it would happen a lot, and I was often ignored when I tried to talk about it. When I would ask why, Alice would stonewall me, or would tell me that I was overreacting.
Stonewall, abuse time, let's go.
Becoming physical. Alice would not talk to me or tell me she was getting upset before she resorted to physically assaulting me. Alice tried to take the conversation away from it being about physical abuse, and said that I was asking her to leave because she didn't laugh. I asked Alice to leave because she had attacked me without warning instead of talking to me, and Alice knew this, as I had made it clear in person and on the text conversation that we were having. But Alice was trying to change the reason I wanted to break up to make me look like I had overreacted to her misunderstanding a joke, and not because I believed that she had assaulted me. Alice says, "'Cause I didn't laugh, 'cause I pushed you off." Once again showing that Alice clearly knew that she had been physical with me, and then mocked me and belittled me for it, even though she had started by calling me delusional for even suggesting that she had been and that this had taken place. Alice still calls me delusional to this day for believing this even took place, and says I am on Delulu Island in her document. I asked Alice to stay away from me, and she called me mental again. I told Alice that I would stay away from her because she hadn't stopped assaulting me, as I felt this was my only option that I had left. I complained again that I needed Alice to leave. I felt I was being intentionally pushed to my limits, and I had reached a point where I was afraid to interact with our cat or Alice out of fear of being assaulted, as it had been going on for months at this point. Alice calls me delusional again, and blamed me, saying that this was my decision when I had asked her to leave the house. But I wouldn't have asked Alice to leave.
We're just going in circles, man. It feels like he's saying the same thing 60 fucking times. It's so crazy. This is this video is Kino, I gotta say. This is such an amazing tactic. I wish I thought of this. Like, this is such an amazing... I've never seen this in a video before. Just going around on the same points again and again, worded slightly differently, so that your retarded drone audience just listen to it in the background and think you're right. It's amazing. It's so Kino.
She hadn't have assaulted me. I had let the physical abuse towards me become normalized for reasons that I will go on to later in this video, but I had reached a point where I couldn't deal with it anymore and felt there was no excuses to justify this situation, as it seemed Alice now believed that me wanting to leave because of this was an overreaction. Our relationship was incredibly toxic, and it affected us both severely, and I felt that we needed to be apart as things were getting worse. Alice says that I was horrible to her to justify the continued physical assaults on me, even though she had started this fight because I was joking, and had tried to hurt me to get me to stop. But to claim that this behaviour was exclusively one-sided is untrue, and does not justify resorting to physically assaulting me because of a joke. Alice then mentions I had said something to her the other day when her brother was over, and this story is actually in Alice's document. This wasn't the first time where Alice had treated me this way over the cat, but it's becoming a daily occurrence throughout our relationship. There are so many cases where I end up taking Bear into another room, saying that taking the cat off him is starting an argument when I only did it after he said weird things to him. Acts like a child had his toy taken away when realistically, I was uncomfortable with him being near my cat after saying what he does. Alice says that I acted like a child had his toys taken away, and that I complained that taking the cat off me is starting an argument. Alice then says I said weird things to him, and that's why she had taken him away. I was upset with Alice because, like in these texts where Alice justified assaulting me for talking to the cat and making jokes, Alice would use the cat as an excuse to assault me. I had broken down on a few occasions due to this, and I had gone to Alice and spoken to her about this because, as she says in her document, she was constantly taking the cat away from me.
Dude, his 1 HP voice, this whole video is totally unbearable. I've broken down to her on this on numerous occasions. I mean, I understand a woman would do, like, even worse. She'd be fucking, like, sobbing and shit over this. But, like, it's just particularly fucking annoying coming from Alex. I broke down to her about this on numerous occasions. Shut up, man.
And I felt that this was done to get a rise out of me, as she knew that it upset me. Alice knew that I cared for the cat, but constantly referred to me being affectionate with the cat and talking to him as weird when I had asked why she'd taken him away, or pushed me and left the room. Alice messaged me that she realised I cared for the cat after we had broken up, but had still gone on to portray me being affectionate with the cat as a justifiable reason to physically assault me, which is the room. Alice messaged me that she realised I...
No, I see. Shit, I realised how much you loved him. I was always better. I never got over shit you said you'd stop doing. That's just the only reason I'd ever be in random moods. It's unfair on everyone, including me. I thought it'd be good enough for you. Try at least to stop going as low as you can. When it gets really bad, it really scars me. It does. I don't know how to show you that. Okay, I don't know what this is.
I cared for the cat after we had broken up.
It's like so much of this is just totally worthless. It's like, okay, I need context here.
But it's still gone on to portray me being affectionate with the cat as a justifiable reason to physically assault me, which is why she had kept things intentionally vague when describing me talking to the cat as weird, and has cropped these texts, as Alice knew I was doing nothing out of the ordinary when it came to me and the cat. Alice says in her document that I was acting like a child because of this. I had asked Alice many times to
sound
stop
like Shane
hurting me for
Dawson
being
right now.
affectionate and talking
She knows I was doing nothing weird involving the cat.
with the cat,
Okay.
like I am doing in these text messages. I had broken down crying in front of Alice, which is why she says I'm acting like a child. Alice makes it seem like I was overreacting to something small, and not that I was deeply affected by being assaulted and mocked constantly for talking to the cat and various other issues in our relationship. This is why Alice has intentionally hidden these text messages that show why I was so upset, so she could misrepresent my complaints as childish and unreasonable, even though she admits to doing this on many occasions. It was affecting me severely trying to deal with the gaslighting and manipulation, as well as the physical abuse while sharing a house together, and to read that my breakdowns have been described as acting like a child who had his toy taken away shows that Alice was aware that it affected me and is even now still insulting me and mocking me for pushing me to my breaking point. In the text messages, Alice continued to blame her hitting me on how I had reacted previously to the constant abuse I was under to justify her continuing to hurt me physically for things like jokes or talking to the cat. If Alice didn't have a reason for why she had hit me, she would say it was because I had done something previously to deserve it, like in these messages. Alice says she pushed me away because it was my fault and all I do is call her names. But that is not at all what happened or how this argument took place. I would get upset after I was pushed, slapped or punched. I was horrible to Alice on many occasions and I deeply regret this behaviour and nothing will justify that. But the order in which these events have been portrayed as false, as Alice is once again ignoring that she had tried to hurt me when I was just talking with our cat. I was upset and frustrated.
Yeah, so I mean,
that Alice hadn't
this was my complaint about the document. Is it was obviously dishonest because there were specific things that were taken out of order that we knew happened. So yeah, I agree. I agree with him fundamentally on this. I agree with him. The document was dishonest.
For getting physical with me, and I lashed out at Alice over text, which I regret. I told Alice that this isn't what I signed up for in a relationship, and it was hard for me to follow whether Alice was upset when we had been totally fine, and then suddenly she had hit me. Alice then says that I had dragged her in an argument and that I had shouted at her. I ignore this in the text messages as it was untrue, and I've covered this in this video already. Alice says that I said weird shit, so she pushed me off and then told me to grow up and to cry because I was upset that she had got physical with me. I pointed out that it was really strange to me that Alice knew that I was joking around with her, but was still treating me like it was okay to assault me, and that I should go and cry about her physically assaulting me. Alice then says that I was actually provoking her on purpose because I knew she didn't like it when I talked to the cat. We lived together, and the cat was ours, and creating rules like saying I can't talk to him because she was annoyed at me is unfair and unreasonable. I went on to tell Alice that I was tired of being hit for just being myself. I thought we were having fun, but now I didn't know if I would be punched or pushed for just joking around.
Give it a rest, man!
I wanted to
I didn't know. Give it a fucking rest with the fucking 1 HP voice, buddy. We're sick of it.
Unfair and unreasonable. I went on to tell Alice that I was tired of being hit for just being myself. I thought we were having fun, but now I didn't know if I would be punched or pushed for just joking around, and because of this I wanted to break up, as it was clear that our relationship was not working, and we could not be together if issues this small would lead to physical violence. Alice then said she knew that I wasn't being serious, to which I told her that she shouldn't hit me. Alice then denied hitting me. I did not expect Alice to admit it, as I become used to Alice completely downplaying and excusing being physically abusive in our relationship and mocking me whilst continuing to call me delusional. As shown in this video, Alice has lied and hidden physically abusing me on multiple different occasions, like she's doing here in these text messages. I then told Alice I had to stop the conversation as I was really struggling with being gaslit about what had happened and then being insulted. This would cause me to get very upset, and I would struggle massively when Alice would tell me that I was making everything up. Alice then proceeds to insult me again, and then mentions that I had insulted her. I fully admit that I used horrible language, but as you could see, Alice would insult me too, but would only focus on my behaviour and would completely ignore her own. I said to Alice that I was tired of her ruining normal interactions by getting annoyed with me. I felt that Alice was intentionally making excuses to justify hurting me, and that this had happened since we very first began dating, as I mentioned.
Is this new? Open your eyes. I don't know. Actually, open them. I'm too tired, busy, to want to know. Use your brain. I have too much going on. They've been like this since day one. Stop calling your girlfriend dumb bitch. You're upset over your voice. But what? You've been a cunt. Today's been fine. You're the worst one. You're the worst I've ever dated. You just did that for no reason, guy. Okay, please leave. It's over. Okay.
In these texts. We continued to talk, and then I proceeded to ask Alice to leave again.
Okay.
Because I felt that she was
I stopped respecting you after that. Okay. Well, like, this is just, like, insanely toxic. Like, all of this is just, like, so toxic.
trying to antagonize me. Alice said she didn't respect me, and that was why she was treating me this way. Once I realized this wasn't going to be resolved, as the conversation had just become Alice insulting
I think I'm getting close to the point of throwing my hands up and just be literally. I'm already at the point where I'm just like, yeah, both these people fucking suck. Both these people fucking suck. I mean, I literally no other judgment to make on this.
And trying to gaslight me. I told Alice that I had to go back to work, as I had been in an ongoing battle to retrieve the money my YouTube channel had owed from my YouTube.
Get therapy, get medication, something to like totally turn you into a drone, emotionless drone, and just see someone else. Get into a different go like date. I don't know, some other drone who's on a bunch of meds.
YouTube network, as it had been taken away from me,
get lobotomized.
and they had stopped paying me at the time. Alice knew that I had been in a battle with my network for tens of thousands of pounds, as it had been withheld from me for months, and I had no income stream because of this, as they were continuing to take future payments from me. I was still paying for every expense in our house, and using my savings, as I was the only person working at the time. Alice says I took my equipment away from her, but that was because I was using it to make videos and to try and continue working so I could afford to support us and the cat. Alice then says she pushed me because I was in her face. This is a complete lie, as I was laying down flat on my back in bed with the cat on my chest, and Alice moved towards me and pushed me. This shocked me, and I started to feel extremely worried about how Alice had begun to twist the narrative that I somehow had gone from just telling a joke about the cat to now being in Alice's face. Not only did Alice then downplay how hard she hit me, she had begun to rewrite the story of me being at fault over text. I said to Alice I didn't think things were going to get better, and this showed me that our relationship would not improve, to which I again asked if we could end our relationship. Alice said that I had flaws, and she is correct. I tried to work through them when we were together, but I felt like the line had to be drawn somewhere before things got worse, which they did. I did not want the way we had treated each other to be an ongoing excuse to allow things to continue to get worse. If we couldn't find solutions, I believed it was right to break up, as the ongoing abuse was not something that should continue. Alice then continued to say that she doesn't respect me after I told her that I had been working harder despite the financial issues that I was having at the time. Alice then told me to come here and say it to her face, despite the financial issues.
Right.
I believed it was right to break up, as the ongoing abuse was not something that should continue. Alice then continued to say that she doesn't respect me after
working to pay for everything, clean, bought you grocery money, you had fools calling me shit, you're ungrateful, I'm not at all, I just as you are, don't respect you, everything today was fine. You calling me shit, you fucking ruined it, you said weird shit, today was fine. I told her that I had been working harder despite the financial issues that I was having at the time. Alice then told me to come here and say it to her. Funny, I was fine, please don't leave, you said weird shit, I shut the fuck out, come here and say it, do not stay it anymore, come here and say it. This weird yo-yo shit, I'm fucking working now, then go away, you wouldn't understand, you pushed me. When I said that I wanted her to leave. At this point, I was annoyed, and I told Alice to get out again and to leave the house, as she was actively trying to escalate the situation by trying to start an argument with me in person and being aggressive over text. Alice continued to antagonize me. I would consider something. Considering I've actually had a real 9 to 5, unlike you. I understand people are gonna think this is based, but like, it's like incredibly fucked to kind of in a relationship by being like, basically saying like, you know, it's like, yeah, had, by the way, also had. It's like being like, or like saying basically his job isn't a real job, right? I understand people think that's based to say about like YouTubers and shit, but in a relationship, like that's not, she shouldn't be saying that. That is like crazy undermining. It's the only thing she has. True, kind of true. Yeah, if a woman was abusing Dean Withers in any way, I would laugh. Yes. Yes, and I would be open. I would say, wow, this woman's abusing the fuck out of Dean. This is fucking hilarious. He deserves it. Yes.
And then mocked me for not working a 9 to 5. This would happen when I complained about how stressed I was that I hadn't been paid.
But I would still give the take. I still give the take. This is the problem, okay? Lots of people have autism. They can't hear me give the take and then make jokes about, like, what I think is funny about the situation. That's like, they think both are the same thing. Like, someone commented on my Harry Sisson video. They said, wow, so you think that because someone lies to a woman, they would strangle a homeless man in the street? You're insane. Yeah, I actually think that, man. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, I genuinely believe that. Yeah, No, I think Harry Sisson, because of how he looks, he would strangle a homeless man in the street. It's because of how he looks.
And it was becoming a huge struggle trying to provide for 2 people and the cat. Alice then accuses me again of kicking her out because she didn't like my joke. At this point, I started to get increasingly more upset, as this had been going on for hours now. Whenever I brought up any issues, I would be gaslit and constantly misrepresented. This is something I really struggled to deal with. Alice tried to make me feel like my reasons for wanting to break up were stupid.
Hey guys, Alex
and
bad,
that I was
by the way.
over-emotional and overreacting. Alice then proceeded to mock me again when I started listing reasons for why I can no longer put up with the constant fighting in our relationship. I said to Alice I was totally fine before she had pushed me. I was not taking anything out on Alice, as Alice was the one who had antagonized and laid hands on me. Alice would then take my reaction and claim that I'd started the fight or the argument, like she has done in her document and on these text messages, even though she is...
Dude, is this fake Chronic or real Chronic? I don't know which one, but I'm gonna just fucking ban the account anyway. Or is this a different Chronic? Is this the other Chronic? I'm just like timing you out straight away, because he says at the start of the video, I'm reading this off a document. That's the first thing he says in the video, is I've got a document here with my screenshots and writing so that I can relay this. It's the first thing he says. Yes, your response video should be scripted. Like, well, why have you said that 3 times in chat? We know he's using a document. He says he's using a document, and you should use a document. Why are you saying that 6 fucking times in chat?
Assaulted me. Alice then proceeded to repeat again that I wanted her to leave and break up, not due to the physical abuse, but in fact because she didn't laugh at my jokes with the cat, which is completely misrepresenting my actual feelings again. Alice then says, bro dumped me, kicked me out, and then asked to talk and calls me an idiot. Alice ignores that she had physically assaulted me and verbally berated me on text the entire time, and that I had tried to talk about it properly multiple times without fighting. At this point, I then snap at Alice and I insult her, and then the conversation continues to get worse. We then decided to talk in person about it, but Alice continued to antagonize me when I said we should talk normally and not be angry and shout at each other. Alice then tells me that I need to try my best. Alice then refused to talk in my office and instead made me go to her. When I went into our bedroom and asked what could be done to prevent this from happening again, Alice told me that I would have to get used to her hitting me.
I'm just saying, I would have made this response video better. I would have made this better. Alex totally fucked himself by trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. I even said months ago, I'm pretty sure I said on stream, if Alex wants to pay me a bunch of money to write his response, I'll do it. When people were saying there was a response happening behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure I said if Alex wants to pay me to write his response, I'll do it, and I could easily get him out of this. And I could have. I totally could have. You had to focus, but you fucked up this police investigation thing. You fucked up this Claire's Law thing. So you've totally shot your case from the outset because you've ruined your credibility. It's a total fuck up here. Shouldn't have tried to cry harassment. That's not the play. Focus almost entirely on dispelling the headlock thing and claiming it was self-defense, and then on her instances of physical abuse, and then make that the majority of the video. This needs to be like 30 or 40 minutes. We'll see what else is in it though.
To the cat. I told her that was insane and that continuing to hit me as an answer was stupid, and if that is really all she's going to continue saying, I no longer wanted to be in a relationship together. Alice then left the room. I instantly regretted calling Alice stupid, as it was childish of me to resort to insults, but I was incredibly taken aback and upset at this even being a suggestion that I would have to get used to Alice hitting me if I didn't change the way I interact with the cat for her. I then politely asked Alice over text to go somewhere else that night, as it was clear that we couldn't communicate with each other without arguing. Alice then says that I said that we can't interact with each other and that I was suggesting that we can't be together, which clearly upset her. I honestly and openly explained to Alice that if she believed that physical violence was the answer, that our relationship was beyond saving, unless she felt she could find other ways to deal with these issues.
I kind of hear the
she
similarity
told
with
me
you and
she
Alex's
could.
voice. It's fucking me up, dude.
Alice told me she wouldn't change her behaviour. I felt this was enough of a reason for me to ask Alice to leave, as I didn't want to constantly worry about being hit again. Alice proceeds to mock me and call me a mental case, and then says that she is just doing what I had told her to do. Alice continued to argue with me and called me butthurt in text messages.
Thankfully, British people hear the difference. Americans think we sound the same, but British people hear the difference, thankfully. Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
How this had been handled. Alice again makes it seem like what I'm asking for is unreasonable, and says sorry for doubling down, for pushing you off with a question mark. As you can see, Alice showed 5 carefully picked screenshots of our text messages to convince people that this is an entirely different story than to the reality of what had happened at the time. This was not the only ongoing issue surrounding the cat, and Alice wrote in her document that she didn't want me near Bear because I would call him mine, and she capitalized this. Alice would shout at me and get physical with me when I said the cat was ours. I never said to anyone that the cat was mine. We were a couple who had brought him together and lived together, so I believed that it was our cat. Alice had paid the £50 deposit for Bear and asked me to pay the remaining £200 so that we could get him. I believed this meant that he was our cat, as we had both paid for him and we were moving in with each other.
Wait, let me see the cat. I didn't see the cat.
I never said to anyone that the cat was mine. We were a couple who had brought him together.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, just... Like... What did you expect, man? Yeah, you had to know. You had to know. Everyone knows.
And lived together. So I believed that it was our cat. Alice.
Let's see the cat again. Let's see a picture of the cat.
Brought him together and lived together.
That's a good picture of the cat. That's a cute picture of the cat.
So I believed that it was our cat. Alice had paid the £50 deposit for Bear and asked me to pay the remaining £200 so that we could get him. I believed this meant that he was our cat, as we had both paid for him and we were moving in with each other. I then posted him on my Instagram story after we had gone to get him together. Alice got upset at me and told me that she hated that people were saying congratulations to me and calling him mine in my comments, so I removed the posts. Even after me and Alice moved in with each other, I was not allowed to do anything with the cat, as Alice had made it clear, like she has in this document, that he did not belong to me. And this led to her pushing and slapping me for interacting with him or treating him like he belonged to us both when we were living together. Alice has tried to hide that she had been physically and verbally abusing me, would gaslight me, and that she would even attack me.
Yeah, it's very common. There's a few like British like weird, you know, things that people do with syllables. Like dropping T's, like saying water, you know, or doing the saying all th as f. So like you go, I think, or I thought, you know, like that. Or like, yeah, the T's become ch. So Tuesday, YouTube. Yeah.
Abuse was purely reactionary, which is not the case. Alice never shows that I was reacting to constant abuse at any point to make it seem like I would react terribly for no reason. I struggled massively with the constant mental and physical abuse that I faced throughout our relationship, and it had affected me severely to be in this situation constantly, as our arguments would devolve into name-calling and pulling each other down. I am ashamed when I read these texts back of how I behave when we would argue. To resort to insults is unacceptable, and it was never okay for me to make personal jabs at Alice. Alice had found out that I had told my friends about the physical abuse because they had leaked my messages to her, and because of this, Alice claimed I was making up a contradictory story to hers to release publicly on my own accord. She does not mention that I was responding to lies that I'm a convicted abuser that she had posted on her TikTok publicly, and that she had been going through and following my friends months after we had broken up, trying to get their attention to spread this lie, which ended up with my friends asking me to explain this to them after seeing the TikToks that
Okay. This you just throw up so much.
Which
here.
ended up with my...
I've totally tuned out of the evidence because I see it was like 90% the same screenshots, so I stopped paying attention. She'd always get 10 times worse if I said she hit me. That was about this. I knew when they missed you, they'd tell you. I was getting like, so she hit me. Pushed me and kicked me a lot. I really didn't. I never hit you, treating us like I abused you. Wait, but she did abuse him. So, like, she just, like, this is what I hate, man. The idea, this is the thing I hate. The idea that because, oh, it did, you didn't kick him that hard, it wasn't abuse. No, you were abusive. I don't care if he was an asshole too. You were abusive. He was abusive. You were abusive. Okay? The idea that you get just say you weren't abusive because it wasn't that bad. No. It's a toxic relationship. You were both abusive. That's what happened. Like, it's just, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. No, not just reactive abuse. No, no, no. This is not just seems to be reactive abuse. She's being abusive. She's just being abusive. She's flying off the handle, calling him fat, just like kicking him, saying that she pushed him because of a joke he made about the cat. She acknowledged it was a joke, just not a nice joke or something. It's not just reactive abuse. She is just being abusive. You are presenting a retarded idea, okay? And many people have this retarded idea that when there is abuse, there is a victim and an abuser. That's not how most dynamics are. Not how most dynamics are. Most times, both people are abusive. If your girlfriend pushes you when you make a bad joke, would you really say she is an abuser? It depends how she does it. It depends on the context. It depends what you've spoken about. It's very clear. Alex was upset about this. If you're like in a relationship where it's like light pushes are totally fine, you're both fine with that, and oftentimes you will just like light push to like, you know, just get someone away from you, or like you're slightly annoyed and you just like light push, and that's like an accepted form of communication in your relationship, that might not be abusive. It's very clear that wasn't the case here. What happened here is he said something, she was upset, she pushed him in a way that he clearly wasn't okay with. And then when he tried to talk about it, she kept downplaying and insulting him and belittling him. That's abusive. She's being abusive. That's just abusive. He said something pretty horrible and you expect that retaliation. What did he say it was so horrible? What did he say that was so horrible? I'm being told by both parties it was a joke about the cat. I can't think of a joke about the cat that's horrible enough to justify... Yeah, exactly. He'd kill the cat. Do you think he was saying, I'm going to fucking kill your cat? Or do you think he was saying he was going to eat the cat? Or saying, I'm going to get you? Okay, you're retarded. I'll just time you out. That's fine. You're retarded. It's okay. You also shouldn't expect that retaliation. You just shouldn't expect that retaliation. You should not expect physical retaliation for making a joke about a cat. If you're expecting that, then you're a complete cuck. You're like a worthless, pathetic cuck who is like desperate to be beaten by women. That's you. Perfectly happy to just be beaten by women.
My friends asking me to explain this to them after seeing the TikToks that Alice was posting online. I was reacting to Alice's public posts and lies about me, but Alice has hidden that she was constantly harassing me to make it seem like I'd gone out of my way to talk badly about her for no reason, when in reality Alice was trying to isolate me and antagonize.
I don't believe that the majority of cases are one-sided abuse. I don't believe that's backed by data. Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from? I'm not saying that. There's like this retarded argument as well that basically abuse is all about like the power dynamic. I just find it so dumb because there are abusive behaviors. There are abusive behaviors. That is just true. It is abusive to punch someone in a relationship. That is abusive. That's an abusive behavior. I mean, just saying, if he said he was going to hit her with a head with a brick, is that for us to say, believe it might have been psycho mode with the cat too? But that's in an argument. Why would we believe that just randomly while talking to the cat, he starts screaming at it. That's in an argument. They're having an argument. I agree, this guy seems like someone who has trouble managing his emotions and flies off the handle and is abusive. I don't see any reason to believe this guy just threatens animals when he's sitting around and totally normal. I don't, like, actually threatens animals. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, and she acknowledges, yeah, and even then, she acknowledges he was joking about the cat. And then let's say it's a really fucked up joke that she didn't find funny. Okay, you still don't get to lay hands on him. Like, we can talk about it if he's being, like, deliberately threatening towards the cat to upset her as, like, a form of abuse. That's one thing. Where he's, like, constantly doing it, trying to work her up. Maybe we can talk about it being reactive. Okay? But no, if he's just making a joke and she acknowledges it was a joke, then no, you don't get to fucking lay hands on him. That's it. That's definitely no. You are just being abusive there.
Agonizing me into responding to her for months. When Alice had received the messages from my friends, she accused me of lying. Alice said if I told people she hit me in our relationship that she would sue me, even though I was sharing privately that her posts alleging that I was a convicted criminal were untrue. Alice then proceeded to admit to hitting me during our relationship in the same conversation where she threatened to sue me for telling people that she had been hitting me. Alice then excused this behaviour by telling me it's okay for women to hit men if they are being an asshole. Alice mocked me for complaining about the physical abuse as she believed it was justified, and then told me that if I wanted it to stop, I should make a public apology towards her. Alice told me if she wanted to expose me publicly that
Yeah, name a girl hasn't slapped a huge asshole. It's just like, you're talking about, this guy was your boyfriend. This isn't just some asshole who's, you know, saying derisive things to you in a bar. This is your boyfriend. You're not supposed to, like... People don't realize that. I understand it's like, you know, not a big deal, really, if a woman slaps you. Like, it obviously isn't, like, crazy. It doesn't, like, hurt. Like, particularly. It's like, you know, whatever. But it's fucked up when someone you've, like, placed trust in, that you, like, are meant to feel safe around, does that. That does psychologically fuck people up. Even guys. So, like, it's just not okay. It's, like, completely fucked.
She would have posted a document about me. I later found out when my ex-girlfriend Jess messaged me that Alice had told Jess that she had been building a folder on
I ended up gathering an FBI folder on this guy full of all the abuse. I just don't know what to do with it. I need to report him to the police first, realistically, before anything is released. I want people to know how horrible this guy is. He shouldn't have a platform. He shouldn't be making videos on abusive people. He's one of them. I know his housemates have heard him. It's like I've got so many witnesses and people to back up the facts. I've seen the balls. I spent hours and hours reading the law side of this. And you can't do anything if it's all true and proven, which it can be.
On me since January. Alice had stayed in contact with me for months.
Yeah, and she said she's trying to say it's okay and he's crazy for complaining. Like, it is very fucked up, the shit she's doing. I gotta be real. He's very fucked up as well. Again, Alex bad. Alex probably worse from what I've seen. Alex bad, yes. But she's like a total piece of shit. Alex probably worse, but she is a total piece of shit. Yeah, exactly. The harm of physical abuse from women is like, it's the same with men to women. It's not just about the physical aspect. Even in, you know, even if it's a guy beating a woman, you know, a lot of the time it's not like crazy fucking, like they aren't like splitting their fucking head open, you know. That isn't what's happening. It is like fucking slaps and shit. But it's not about how much it hurts or whether it like puts you in hospital. It's about the fact that someone you trust, someone that you are meant to feel safe around, is you know, fucking violating you in a pretty fucked up way. So you think they can basically do whatever the fuck they want to you. This lasts for a 5-month period. I've been talking about me. If I wasn't leaving you alone, I'd have made a fucking PDF file on you and posted it. Mention with blackmailing me constantly for 5 months building a document. Okay.
Where she antagonized me, threatened me, and continued to
I don't know
mentally
if I sent
abuse
blackmail,
me
really.
so that she could knowingly put my reactions into her document that she had started building in January. Alice said that it wasn't like she had named me in these posts or made a video about me, but she had responded and deleted comments on videos she posted saying it was about me and that I was on Claire's law, which again is a lie. My friends saw the TikToks Alice had been posting online as she had gone through and followed them all after our breakup. Me and my friends had a call where I answered questions about my relationship and I told my side of the story where I explained that Alice had been physically abusing me throughout our relationship. I made it clear that I did not believe that this was an excuse.
It's all good, you can call me. We had a lot of arguments that went after she'd hit me, etc. But it's not so to do it like that, so I get it. Don't want to drag you guys into it. I think it's killing me. There aren't excuses for retaliating like that. I won't have to keep reliving this, but I think she wants me to fight her back with everything I've got. She always got 10 times worse, said she hit me. You need to show us those texts you mentioned the other day, mate. Like, those messages are really bad, and it would help you stay in the context.
For my behaviour, and that our relationship was toxic and it was not good for either of us, and that I was ashamed of how I had behaved. A friend of mine at the time, a YouTuber who goes
Spoken to a few other people, they told me the best thing to do is not respond anyway. I mean, privately to us, mate, not publicly. Don't share anything. I get that. We won't share it anywhere. He doesn't trust these people, clearly.
Goes by the name of InAllexx, had messaged me in our group chat encouraging me to share more stories and all the evidence I had of Alice's abuse. He told me I could trust him and that because we were friends that they weren't going to share any of it anywhere and that it would remain private after I made it clear that I was worried that it would be leaked. Alice messaged me with direct screenshots from the private conversation that I had had with InAllexx and my friends. Alice had been sent screenshots from our private conversation, and it was clear that if I talked to anyone, she would know as she was following as many of my friends as possible. Alice said I shouldn't be lying about her hitting me, and that she would sue me.
Like, dude, this is, like, super fucked.
Following as many of my friends as possible. Alice said...
Like, doing this, this is fucked from her. This is fucked from her. Confront, like, first of all, little bit fucked to be speaking to his friends and trying to find out how he's talking about your relationship in private. He can't talk about his relationship in any way he wants in private. So a little bit fucked on that end. Very fucked to take that and confront him with it. This is literally, this is driving a wedge between him and his friends. This is saying you can't trust your friends when they've already had a toxic relationship. Like, this is not good.
Said I shouldn't be lying about her hitting me and that she would sue me, but as I've already covered in these texts earlier in this video, she then went on to admit to hitting me in these messages and in her document. Alice made it clear to me that I couldn't talk to anyone about what I had experienced, as she was now contacting all my friends and isolating me completely.
Yeah, I mean, that is what seems to have been happening there. I actually do agree with you on that.
Which is exactly what I feared she would do, as she had made it clear that there was nobody I could talk to who she couldn't reach, as she was sending me my own conversations.
Yeah, that does seem like basically what she's doing.
I couldn't get away from her or talk about what had happened with anyone, including my friends, as they were going to leak my messages to her. When Alice's document was posted, InAllexx posted various stories and a document about me that contains many statements that are false. InAllexx had messaged YouTube commentary channels after our conversation where I privately entrusted him with my abuse story, even though he told me that what I shared with him would remain private. According to the YouTuber Samuel, InAllexx told him that I had refused to answer any of his questions despite us having an hour call and there being various messages and a conversation disproving this, as it was leaked directly to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to InAllexx. According to InAllexx as well, Alex has sort of ignored people, like ignored everybody.
Yeah, I don't really care about this InAllexx stuff, I gotta be real.
Not messaging anyone back. Not even messaging InAllexx back about their podcast that recently failed. Nothing like that.
I was incredibly confused as I did not understand why these people had been told lies about what had happened when Fraser had told me that I could trust him with talking to him about the abuse I had gone through and that it would remain between us because we were friends. InAllexx posted on his Instagram story that I had refused to talk about this and has shared messages of him discussing my relationship with other people. He says, "But the man never wanted to discuss it with us ever." I had spoken to Fraser on a few occasions about how I was struggling with Alice and how it was upsetting me. I had some other people. He says, "But the man never wanted to discuss it with us ever." I had spoken to
Hi, hey, how are you? Not great. It's him. We break up and everything. Yeah, I can imagine you're home now. Yeah, I am.
Fraser on a few occasions.
You gotta talk podcast later. We could just talk about anything. Can soon. Working on live video. It's all good, man. Everything's gonna be fine. With no rush. Keep posting. With no my tags. Got all the messages and DMs. Even the threats. But I don't think you should post anything else now. I just went to delete it all. We're no good now. It's too much. Too toxic.
It's about how I was struggling with Alice.
Pride Messenger. Yeah. She was upset that I followed some girl, kicked off. She wanted to upset me, knew it would work. It's been going on for a while. Quite hard to function last 4 months. Talking it's hard.
And how it was upsetting me, which directly contradicts what Fraser has posted publicly on
Okay, yeah, so Ironab is lying to pretend he didn't know anything about this. Okay?
his Instagram stories. Fraser wrote, "We thought they were still together or seeing each other, lol, and that he suspected that we kept breaking up. After I finally felt like I could talk about this when I believed Alice had left me alone, I opened up to him that the last 4 months had been very hard for me. Fraser never shows him asking me about Alice or any of my messages to him, as it would show that he was lying, as I was the one who had tried to arrange a call with him privately after I had been confiding in him with the issues I had had surrounding Alice."
I mean, I've got very little sympathy for Alex on this, because this is like the Slazo stuff, right? This is what they all bitch about with Alex. Basically, all these guys are complete, reptiles. They will all stab each other in the back over nothing. So, I mean, yeah, this is what you signed up for, buddy.
Fraser wrote, "The dude never discussed personal stuff with us, lol, solely just YouTube and games. But Alice had full access to my phone when we were together, and was threatening me after our breakup if I mentioned anything to anyone, like she has done after these
It's the
messages
same
I had
screenshots
to
again and again and again and again and again and again.
About what had been going on for that year when I asked him to call, and in the messages that he has cropped out. I had asked him to call multiple times, and I had told him that I was free to speak to him whenever. I tried to arrange multiple calls to talk about the situation, as you can see in these messages on Facebook. I was willing to answer questions even after my messages had been leaked." In the live stream, Samuel says that I was a recluse, but I went home because Fraser had told me that I should go see my parents and that I should take time off from the internet. To say I didn't attempt to talk to him about this is a barefaced lie. I understand him not wanting to be involved. I am not his responsibility, and he should not have to answer.
I think the use of the reactive abuse label to minimize or justify every abusive behavior is toxic. AF2, every abusive behavior is reactive in some way, and every abuser thinks having justified reaction when they act abusively perpetuates a cycle, because you always feel in the right even when the behavior is wrong, externalizes the locus of control. Yeah, I think I probably agree with that. People want to pretend that, like, when someone's abusive, even like the archetypal, like, alcoholic, piece of shit, middle-aged husband who beats the fuck out of his wife and puts her in hospital. Even like that, like archetypal, like domestic abuser. Those people, like, people want to pretend that a guy like that is just like this totally evil, like just wants to exact pain on a woman, basically. Because he just hates everyone, hates her. But that's usually not what it is. It's usually born out of some insecurity or something. And usually the things that start this on it's going to be like some like little comment or something that makes them feel like not valued or something. And like basically they feel it always comes from some it's almost a lot of it comes from feeling that they're out of control, like they're losing control of a situation. Like a big one is like the reason it'll start in fights is because like they'll feel like they're not being listened to. And guys don't really know how to deal with that, and then have like testosterone, and they're more likely to be violent. When they don't feel like they're being listened to, they just basically lash out, right? So like all of these things usually come from some like emotional unavailability from the other side, or something like that, that quote unquote justifies it in the mind of the abuser, right? So it's just to pretend like the presentation people have of this stuff is always just like so retarded.
Answer for my own personal problems just because we were once friends. However, what has been posted publicly is not true, and therefore I believe it is only right that I correct this. Fraser has intentionally cropped our messages that he posted on his Instagram story to portray a version of events which is not true. Since the conversation me and Fraser had, where I made it very clear in the messages that I had been at fault, Fraser has lied that I tried to claim that I was a victim. In reality, I explained that it was complicated and that I had been at fault, and that our relationship was very different from what Alice had posted publicly that they had seen. In a document I never posted responded to allegations that were made against him by his ex-girlfriend Kirsty, ImAllexx made a series of comments about me. Fraser claims that I am a widely disliked content creator, and that I have been since 2019, and that he only remained friends with me because he is a loyal person. I find this rather odd, as Fraser told me that I could trust him, and that he wouldn't talk to anyone, and then spoke to strangers with YouTube channels that interviewed him, and then shared what he had said about me publicly. Fraser goes on to then downplay our friendship, as Kirst accuses him of openly admitting to her that he was only ever friends with me so he could use me to further his career, as he benefited from me. I would like to make it clear for context that I didn't know Kirst personally, and I only ever met her on one occasion. To make posts where she acts like she knew me in any way, shape or form personally is odd.
Dude, it's so funny how he's recorded some of this later, but he has to like put on his same choked up voice from the video to make it sound right. If you notice this.
I would like to make it clear with me so he could use me to further his career, as he benefited from me. I would like to make it clear for context.
That
I didn't know Kirst personally, and I only ever met her on one
He is a
occasion.
manipulative rat, isn't
where
he?
she acts like she knew me in any way, shape or form personally is odd when our paths only crossed on one occasion. Fraser denies this by
Sounded
claiming
Indian.
that my YouTube channel has been on a decline since 2019, and that I am no longer relevant, mentioning that I was a widely disliked content creator, so it couldn't be possible that he was using me. For someone who apparently wasn't using me, ImAllexx seems to have a lot of knowledge about my relevancy in YouTube statistics over a 5-year period, as shown in his statement. Fraser claims that I was always disliked, and that he was seen as an idiot for being friends with me, and then he wrote this in this paragraph. As you can see, this allegation is really strange to me. Yes, I regret being friends with Alex, but the suggestion I benefit with him is actually quite wild to me, considering it was a public thing of how disliked he was. I actually was seen as a bit of an idiot for remaining friends with him, and truthfully that's a fair criticism. These statements confused me as Fraser asked me personally if I wanted to start a podcast with him. I said yes because I believed that we were friends.
There's a section about cheating.
Asking me because we had been for years, as we had spent a lot of time together. Fraser writes in his document that we only saw each other walking his dog for the most part, and in mid-2023 we started gaming a lot more together and speaking way more than we usually did. And that obviously led to us making a podcast that lasted 4 episodes. October 2023 is around the time I had moved out of London, and to suggest that we became friends after the fact is disingenuous. We had hung out regularly since we became friends in 2018.
Does it matter? Yeah, it matters.
And we used to go on holiday abroad together. We had also kept in contact just as much when I moved away. To portray our friendship as only being a recent thing is just completely untrue. Fraser's statement is also incorrect, as we have actually also done 5 episodes of our podcast instead of the 4 that Fraser wrote in his document. Fraser traveled.
Wow, you got him, Alex. You own him, Alex. It was actually 5 episodes of the podcast, not 4.
Traveled over an hour to visit me a month before Alice posted her TikToks and stayed at my house with friends as I had moved outside of London. In our own podcast, Fraser says that we would talk every day, which is why we decided to start the podcast in the first place.
I've been a big fan of podcasts that go on and are just super casual between friends, and there's like 150 episodes.
But that's why I feel like this isn't going to be like your last ventures, because for one, you've always done it high budget, which is not like a thing to criticize, but it's like this is on Discord, like, and we speak to each other. We speak to each other every day. We're on calls, so like, there's no reason for us. It makes sense for us to. We talk about YouTube all the time. We're always speaking about things going on. It makes sense to just get on camera like once or twice a week and just speak about it on a long form, hour to 2 hour thing.
After our call, Fraser didn't reach out to me at any point. I asked him if he leaked our messages, and when I saw the clip where Samuel claimed that Fraser had told him that I had been avoiding him the entire time, which as you could see was at no point true. Fraser posted on his Instagram story that I refused to share the private messages I had with Alice with him, but the reason that I didn't share them is because I was worried that they would be leaked, which is exactly what happened after I spoke to him. Fraser posted that he believed I might sue him for posting these stories, but I have no intention of doing so, and there would be no reason to worry if what he posted was actually true. Alice had followed everyone in my friendship circle months after our breakup, and was using my friends to gather information.
I never is a total snake, but I mean, so is this guy, so I'm just like, this is just like a total wash, like, who gives a fuck?
By posting videos that are intended to get a reaction out of me, by falsely claiming that I am a convicted
This is just like such an easy, everyone sucks in this. Everyone is just fucking terrible in this. I just fucking hate all of them. I just want them all gone, frankly.
Alice wanted to find out what I would say to defend myself to my friends so that she could build the document backwards from this to make it look like I was lying. If Alice hadn't continued to harass me privately and publicly, I would never have had to tell my friends that she had been abusing me throughout our relationship. but due to the constant harassment, I was left with no choice.
And we're
Alice
just
wouldn't
gonna...
only just threaten me privately, but would also threaten me when we went out in public. Alice had threatened to punch me in the street, and then it began shouting at me. I walked away from Alice as soon as she had threatened me, and this is the text conversation that we had as I was walking away from her. I told Alice that she had gone too far by shouting that she would punch me in public, because we had had a small disagreement about me visiting her house, as Alice had told me that she was embarrassed, and she thought that I would leave her if I went over and saw her family and where she lived. Alice sent me these messages and then said that she had done nothing wrong. I told her I didn't know if I wanted to come over anymore, as she had just threatened to...
Well, okay, so what's happening here?
This is private, but due to the constant harassment, I was left with no choice. Alice wouldn't only just threaten me privately, but would also threaten me when we went out in public. Alice had threatened to punch me in the street, and then it began shouting at me. I walked away from Alice as soon as she had threatened me, and this is the text conversation
Which new
that we
tweets?
had.
The ones about the police report. I saw all that stuff. Dude, like, her new tweets are fucking retarded. Dude, this is like such a retarded tweet. I mean, I don't... Like, I'm sure whatever she's saying here is true, the first bit. I'm not sure, but I'm going to assume it's true. It's retarded for other reasons. And not once did I manipulate him to stay with me. Sure, I'm fine, like, accepting this just on, like, faith right now. Ignore that. I 100% was toxic back after being in a relationship with the abuse I endured from this man for months on end. Should I have left sooner? Yes. But I was scared to. It took him being physical a second time to do so. Dude, you're just, like, kicking this guy and calling him a fat fuck and all this shit. You're literally going crazy. I was toxic back. No, you were abusive. You were abusive. You were doing some very fucked stuff in this relationship that was not predicated on just him being abusive. You were... The whole kicking him and then downplaying it, belittling him for trying to talk about it, that's fucked on its own. Going on like that rant, like retard boy, like he did the same thing, don't get me wrong. On the retard boy rant and all this shit, calling him fat and all this stuff all the time. It's like, man, this is really ugly stuff. It's really, really terrible, terrible stuff. Like, yeah, and she's getting a pretty bad response this tweet as well. I'm glad people are saying that this was obviously very fucked in both directions. There's some seriously horrible stuff she's done here. Like, he's horrible too. Do not...
This is what Nicholas likes you and Chud. The bar for British drama/commentary YouTubers was in the ground thanks to these guys. You and Chud can actually talk without the lispy mush mouth noises.
Sometimes. Thank you for the $10, Spencer. Alex bad, Alex bad, Alex bad. But Jesus, man, there's some stuff I'm really not okay with from her side. Okay, that's the take. Like, I just fucking hate all these people. Okay, thought they should be uncontroversial now. This was always my take before. I don't like any of these people. They all suck. Hopefully now we see that Alice is not a beautiful, perfect victim who was not doing completely fucked stuff to this guy.
I was walking away from her. I told Alice that she had gone too far by shouting that she would punch me in public, because we had had a small disagreement about me visiting her house, as Alice had told me that she was embarrassed, and she thought that I would leave her if I went over and saw her family and where she lived. Alice sent me these messages and then said that she had done nothing wrong. I told her I didn't know if I wanted to come over anymore, as she had just threatened to hit me in public. Alice had shouted that she was going to hit me so loudly that I got a comment from someone who had seen me walking away after Alice had shouted at me, which I sent to her on iMessage. Not only did Alice threaten me throughout our relationship, but she also blackmailed me throughout the entire time we were together and afterwards. Alice has written in her document that after our breakup, I begged for her to come back, and that I also sent gifts and a letter to convince Alice to get back with me because I wanted her to forgive me. But this is not an accurate version of what had happened, and it is a lot more complicated than Alice has portrayed. She had intentionally lied and left out hundreds of messages and events that do not show the reality of what was actually happening. Alice was continuously blackmailing me and had been abusing me for our entire relationship. I had tried to leave our relationship at many points, and Alice has taken this and wrote in her document that I would threaten to break up with her.
She's also saying on Twitter, basically, that Alex was only ever scared of the truth coming out, which really explains why his whole response is, she lied. It seems like she kind of did. And she's saying, like, he was only scared of the truth coming out. Like, yeah, something can be true, but you can still be reasonably scared of it coming out, right? Let's say, okay, this obviously isn't analogous. This situation isn't analogous, but you can, just to prove this point. Let's imagine their relationship ended because he cheated on her and was like kind of verbally abusive. But he cheated on her with a man and no one knew he was gay. Imagine a world when no one knew Alex was gay. And he cheated on her with a man and she outed that. Well, it would still be super fucked up for her to threaten to out that, for her to all that sort of thing. That would all be super fucked up. Yeah, even though it's true, yeah, if he's not out, that would be fucked up. So like, but then even in a situation like this, if it is like, you know, a toxic relationship both ways, there's not really reason to think he would hurt other women, which she might have reason to think he'd hurt other women. I don't know what his ex was commiserating with her on. So this other ex could have similar stories, and there could be reason to think he's hurting other women. Assuming it's not, I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, yo, you're threatening to leak like my absolute worst moments in this relationship. Yeah, that's scary. That's upsetting. That's worrying. I don't want to go through that. That's fucked up to do. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's fucked up. I just don't know, man. Like, no relationship should have this level of communication when you're in text communication when you're in the same house most days. I think it's a pretty big house, my understanding.
Her as a form of manipulation. This is not true, and I have shown that I tried to break up with Alice after she physically assaulted me and blackmailed me, and
Dude, Moody Morgan, you have a mental disability. Just because someone has lied about something at one point does not mean it's not valuable if they are saying the same thing about someone that someone else is. That still works to say, okay, well, there's a slightly increased chance that this actually happened this way, or that he actually has this behavior. You are so mentally disabled. Why can you not engage with the things that are being said? Why do you have to jump to some other gripe you've got with people? It's like the most deranged, annoying mindset. It's so common in commentary shit.
Stayed because she would threaten me if I tried to leave. When I told Alice I did not want to be involved with her anymore after we broke up, she began posting online the lie that I had a criminal record and that I was on Claire's law. Alice then started posting TikToks about me, and this led to the situation that she orchestrated when she had begun to follow all of my friends after we had broken up so that I couldn't escape her. At one point, Alice told me that she wanted me to plan something soon, and then she said I should make her dinner. This is completely contradictory to the claims that Alice has made in her document, where she says she had no interest in talking to me, as in reality, she was emotionally manipulating me and blackmailing me while she was writing a document on me at the same time, trying to dismantle my life. Alice accuses me of being manipulative after our breakup, even though when I tried to end things, Alice threatened to call the police and lie about me if I didn't back down. Alice said that I am the one who asked her to dinner, when as shown in these messages, it was Alice who asked me. And Alice has constantly accused me of doing the things that she has done in her document. Alice would continually emotionally abuse me and manipulate me whilst threatening me so that she could build her document on me, which she has constantly lied in. Alice complained that after she had moved out, I didn't seem panicked enough and sent me this text message. I moved out. I thought your mind would be more panicked that I won't come back. Alice also sent me text.
Dude, okay, what is she saying here? I'm more worried you'd be annoyed that the rooms are full of cardboard. They're trying to annoy you. These situations, TBH, after I want you back. Never did annoy me, but not if everything's the same. It wasn't the house. Not being weird, by the way, just communicating. Yes, of course. But I don't want to invite you over when it's not ready.
I thought your mind would be more panicked that I won't come back. Alice also said...
So Lazlo gets whitewashed, really. Yeah, of course, it's what I wanted. One, autocorrect. I want you back here with me, how it should be, and we work together and we're probably open. I need to see before I make any decisions if that makes sense. And yeah, this time, you know, I want you to know how it feels to be without me so you realize how much I really meant to you and how much it would suck to lose what we have. Huh? It's like, you know this. I know you do. I'm just saying it, of course. I know.
Sent me text saying she had left because she wanted me to know what it's like to be without her. We had many conversations.
I don't want to be a part of your game anymore. You're playing a game with me. I hate it. Lumau, no, I'm not. I said I left you. We aren't together. I said, give you a chance to change. You're going to argue or say something horrible. No, I'm not. Blah, blah, blah. You are. If you keep saying I am, what do you want? Say it on VN. You're going to make me angry. Go away. Or scary. I'll block you. You already are. I'm getting angry. You're fucking with me. It's who you are. I'm really not. Leave a voice. I'm going to bed. Good night, Alex. I want to do that. I want to talk like adults. You won't do that. So that's it. Maybe text and beg you. It's not going to fix anything. I want to do tasks. You can talk to me or you cannot. I really do. Good night. I'm not doing this if you're just fucking with me. Ever fucking talk to me. Like you ever like stand never again with this shit girl. Bye, bye. You don't have you fucking with me anymore? Bye. Is that go away already? Bye. It's if I'm going to go away. Instead of going away from me. Ooh, scary.
About getting back together.
Like this is so
when I realized
crazy.
I was
This
being
is
emotionally
such insane
manipulated and
behavior.
blackmailed by Alice, I tried to break it off on multiple occasions. This is when Alice began to start posting about me and following friends and making threats. Alice has written in a document that I had refollowed girls that I had slept with, and that I had told her I was going to refollow everyone that I had unfollowed for her. Alice had gone through and isolated.
Yeah, wait. The tweet was her saying, like, not once did I manipulate him to stay with me. I 100% was toxic back. But, I mean, that basically is what she was doing then, though. She's saying, I wanted you to feel what it was like to be without me. That's why I moved out. I wanted you to realize how much I meant to you. What? How is that not exactly? How is that not trying to manipulate someone to staying with you? That's how that reads. I mean, obviously, there can be circumstances where he's maybe being manipulative too. I'm certain he has been in most of this relationship. He is in this response. He is with other people, so it doesn't surprise me in any way. Again, Alex bad, but that is basically what she's doing.
Me from my friends throughout our relationship and was even stalking me after our breakup. I sent her this message to show that she was no longer in control of me and could no longer make me stop talking to my friends. Although we had been broken up for months at this point, Alice was still messaging me about the girls that I had followed on Instagram or friends that I had refollowed.
I don't care. Wait. I don't care for what you decide to fuck. They all going to be clapped and ugly anyway. Good luck finding better than me. What is if you're doing like good luck? Please stop messaging me. This is like, dude, what? Dude. This is like insanely demeaning. This is like absurd. I understand she won. Alex sucks. This is crazy. This is crazy shit to say to someone.
Alice sent me this message saying that any girl that I speak to would be ugly anyway, and proceeded to insult me.
I was just a little toxic back. I was just a little toxic back because he made me do it. Yeah, okay.
After claiming that she hasn't tried to stalk me or try to control me in her document. I refollowed my friends when it became clear to me that I was being
MF, unfollow Emily Black and every other nude slag right now. Bear said so.
Manipulated and blackmailed by Alice. This is because Alice had unfollowed them on my phone. I did not follow many girls I had had relations with, and we had not been together for months at this point. Alice has posted texts and videos of me begging for her back and apologizing to her. I understand how irrational my behavior looks, as I was going from one extreme to another emotionally. I was desperate for any form of solution, as it is clear from the voice notes and videos that Alice has shared that the constant emotional manipulation was having a severe effect on me, and I was saying whatever I thought I had to at the time to end the constant arguing, fighting, and blackmail. Alice would string me along intentionally whilst blackmailing me and threatening.
There's probably some truth to that, but ultimately he was like, you know, they're both, he's being manipulative in doing that. In like succumbing to the manipulation or like the yo-yoing, you're also being manipulative and possibly abusive, you know. So I mean, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. You also don't get a pass on that.
Me if I didn't do exactly as she had asked. She would then tell me to send voice notes apologizing, and she would refuse to call me on the phone after making accusations about me cheating on her or being physically abusive, and threatening to tell people things about me that were not true. Alice had threatened me throughout our relationship, and I did as she asked in the hopes that the constant harassment and lying would eventually stop. I was worried that if I didn't do as she asked, that she would post more lies about me online. I would send Alice voice notes apologizing because I did many things wrong throughout our relationship. I should not have retaliated with the horrific language and insults, and I was deeply ashamed that I had lowered myself to that type of behavior. I continued to apologize because Alice had begun to lie about me and harass me after we had broken up. I found out later when my ex-girlfriend Jess contacted me that Alice had told her that she had been planning this document since January, the month that we had broken up. I was already aware that Alice had been planning something when we were together.
He says the same thing a million fucking times. It's so annoying.
And she would tell me that she would add stuff to her notes after we had had arguments and fights, and that if I ever broke up with her, she would post what she had on me on Instagram, and that I needed to change my behaviour for her to work things out. Me and Alice stayed in contact for months after our breakup, and I told Alice that I was going to get 2 new kittens. Alice said that if I'm going to get 2 new kittens, I must not be planning on her moving back in, but I was under the impression that we had broken up and that our relationship was over.
Okay, yeah, dude. Okay, if this is... We're not given a date here. We're not given a date here, which, you know, so it could... There could be... There could be... So this could not be right or something, but... You're planning to never have me back then. Like, you're, like, throwing, like, an idea out there, like, oh, I could come back. Oh, I could come back.
Back in. But I was under the impression that we had broken up and that our relationship was over. Alice was still trying to control my life and the decisions I made, using the possibility of us getting back together to control me, as I hoped that if we got back together, that means Alice would no longer blackmail me. I later realised that this was done intentionally so that Alice could use my breakdowns from the stress for her document. Alice also claims that I had been harassing her after our breakup and that I turned up to her house to return items with a letter as proof of this. This entire story she has written is untrue. Alice wrote, he ended up sending things to my house like teddy bears and flowers, his hoodie that had been sprayed heavily with his aftershave, and a letter to try and achieve this. Alice has made it look like I'd taken it upon myself entirely to send her a letter and a teddy bear, and that I was turning up to her house uninvited, without warning, to deliver her things. This is a complete lie, as Alice had asked me to send her this letter and
I want my teddy, still want my teddy, might as well. Okay, so yeah, she did ask, yep.
Teddy bear directly, as shown in these screenshots. Alice sent me a TikTok about writing her a love letter, when I followed up by sending the TikTok.
We care about this. I'm gonna get a cat. What did you want when you sent these? Sorry for the outburst. Every day is harder. Sorry again. I don't feel like you do. That's why I was upset on my birthday. I waited for you. It's hard. So there's deleted messages here or something, I think. It's better. Oh, no. He's messaging a bunch of times. I mean, it's better to read your reply tomorrow. I've been working for weeks cleaning the house, get rid of all the boxes. Did that show I was trying? I spent having come over when I sort stuff out, stressing me out. I only did it 2 months ago. You got me like 4 a.m. Don't bother now. You don't bother now. You do you. I just don't expect it. Okay, yeah. So she's like not giving clear no's. She's like trying to keep him going.
To Alice and I.
Again, he's doing the manipulative thing where he's pretending he's changed. He's pretending he's like a new person and all this shit. He's being manipulative here, but yeah, she is like she's doing this thing where she's like, oh well, I might come back.
I asked her if this is what she wanted. She said, you do you. I just don't expect it. Alice is not in...
It's crazy how this psychopath can maintain a choked up shaking voice for hours on end.
Thank you for the $5.
Included this, as not only does it show that she had asked me to do this, she was also blackmailing me at this time and threatening me when I didn't do as she had asked. I had also asked Alice if it was okay for me to deliver her...
Bagging all things inshore, my charger I need, what are you doing, am I blocked, okay, sorry if I see my phone died.
The items she had left behind, and let her know when I was coming so... But it wasn't a surprise to her, because Alice had accused me of stealing...
Did I leave the Ari with you? Yes, it's in my office. Why? You took it, my birthday present. You keep amazing me bit by bit, not gonna lie. What, you left it? I didn't. So I put it in my room. Yes, you did. I packed up everything in that room. It wasn't there. It was on your office side. Oh, yeah. Didn't he damage a bunch of her property as well? Wasn't that a claim?
Stealing her belongings, even though at no point had I ever done anything but offer to return them after she had left. Not only did I want to return Alice's items, but I was tired of Alice accusing me of stealing them when at no point had I planned to keep hold of them. Alice had not asked for them to be returned up until the point of claiming that I had stolen them. Alice has now used the letter that she asked me to write, and the fact that I...
Yes, thief eyes. Kinda true. Oh my god, his terrible handwriting. I'm so sorry for not fixing my behavior before, and I understand this might be too late or too little. I hurt you deeply, and I will... this is awful. He seems to cop to pulling there. he claims it was like a self-defense restraint earlier. It's like, I don't know if I buy the self-defense restraint thing. I don't know if I'm... But yeah, I really can't read this. Thank you for the $4.99. Ha 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 ha. British people are faking the accent. Ha ha ha.
And the fact that I had delivered her these items as a tool to create a false narrative about me. On top of Alice making requests, it was clear to me that she would continue to threaten and blackmail me if I didn't do exactly as Alice had asked, and accusing me of stealing is just one example of this. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of smashing up her belongings, which is a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship, and as you can see from these messages that Alice has left out of her document, she sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument.
I already said leave all my things alone. I didn't do that. I said, do you want me to replace it? Just send the price. Hello. They're both fucked up. I haven't checked PC or speakers. I don't want to. I'm sure they're fine. How'd you transport them? Put blankets in a box like before. Okay.
Where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting.
Well, I mean, denying it at the time kind of helps. It could be... Okay, so he could have broken these. Here's something that's totally viable and totally possible. Two things that are totally possible. One, he's broken these and is immediately willing to replace them because he's trying to keep her on a hook and wants to continue interactions, and this is a way to do it. Or two, she wrapped them in blankets in a box and they smashed in transport. And I think both are equally likely, to be honest. So I don't know which way to go on this.
Sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting her and threatened to report me to the police because I had asked Alice to stay away from me because I no longer wanted to be in a relationship with her. I told Alice I did not know how this happened, but I offered...
Like, what? She wrapped them in blankets, put them in a box like before. I wrapped them in my blankets in a box like before, so what? What's the... How would he have... Okay. How would he have smashed them? She would have seen them when she was wrapping them and putting them in the box. So either he went into the box and took them out, smashed them, rewrapped them and placed them back in, or she somehow didn't notice. I think they probably just smashed in transport. I'm leaning towards broken transport because generally it's not like a super calculated... I can't imagine this generally being like a super calculated, I'm going to take these monitors out of her box, smash them up, and then put them back in, and then she'll have to talk to me again. Usually, it's basically like he's going to have raged out while, like, putting them away. Like, he's, like, having to pack them up for her, and, like, smash them as he's doing it, because he's like, fuck this bitch. Also, you know, maybe I can talk to her again about this. And basically put some away. It's a way of like regaining control in the relationship when someone's like upset or feeling insecure about it. So possible, I'm leaning towards smashing transport. Obviously, the idea that she broke them is possible. I'm not particularly entertaining that right now, but I think probably smashing transport.
Offered to pay for new ones to avoid any more arguments, as I was already drained from the constant false accusations,
that's where I'm leaning
threats,
right
and
now.
blackmail. Alice has fabricated a story about me breaking her glasses in her document, which is a lie. Alice used her notes as proof that this had happened, but has invented this story retroactively, as shown by the fact that it had been added after she had moved out, specifically for the document. Alice has posted videos of me threatening her in arguments, and firstly I would like to make it clear that it is completely unacceptable under any circumstances that I did this. I said horrific things in these arguments.
So should I just text with her mom saying this about the glasses? Yeah, but well, I mean, he had that point earlier that the screenshots with the mom were taken in real time with the screenshots, like they were taken today on the screenshot, right? So it can be like basically anything can be made up of those. But yeah, I would probably lean towards the glass smashing maybe happening. Especially if he was restraining her. I don't know.
Her in arguments. And firstly, I would like to make it clear that it is completely unacceptable under any circumstances that I did this. I said horrific things in these arguments to hurt Alice, and we both said careless things to each other in the hopes that we could annoy the other person upset. upset them when we started to fight. The language used in our relationship had become deeply normalized, and I'm incredibly ashamed that I contributed to that. I was fully aware at the time that this was completely unacceptable, and nothing makes this behavior okay. Alice has continued to lie about the nature of our conversations, and made this tweet where she denied calling me a dog at any point, which as shown in this text message is a lie.
Good dog. Makima female? Makima woman? Makima female? Okay, let's go.
Calling me a dog at any point, which as shown in this
Yeah, of course Spinal's in chat saying, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, of course.
text message
Alright.
is a lie. In this thread
Alright.
of tweets made, people accused me of being drunk in these videos, which is untrue, and Alice even corrected this and told people that I did not drink throughout our relationship. Since Alice posted these, she has accused me of controlling behavior in a document.
This
and has
is
lied about me
Spinal's
many
ideal
times.
type, just like some abusive psycho who says like good dog and retard boy. Hits him. Cuts us out. Okay.
In these stories that she has shared. Alice accused me of threatening to break up with her for liking followers' tweets, but has left out the singular tweet that she had liked and that we had had an entire text conversation about, as it would show that Alice was lying. When she was asked if these tweets were to do with cheating on Twitter, Alice said no and denied this. This once again is a lie. The entire conversation Alice references here is about cheating, and this is why she doesn't include or show the tweet and the hundreds of text messages that prove that she is lying once again, as she gaslit me and insulted me for hours and is now trying to make people believe an entirely different story. After our first date, Alice liked a tweet from a follower that said they could treat her better. As you can see from the screenshot of this conversation, I was not trying to control Alice. I was asking why she had liked a tweet that I felt that was disrespectful, and was telling her it made me uncomfortable when I was trying to resolve the issue. At no point did I tell Alice to unlike fans' tweets, as that was not at all what our conversation was about, and I didn't make any demands or threats like Alice had claimed.
I mean, like, the social media controlling is gay, but I mean, that was like normal in a relationship, I guess. They were both doing it, so.
About her fans. I sent Alice the screenshot of her likes as it had come up on my timeline. Alice was instantly dismissive, and then told me that she had done nothing wrong after she had started to ignore my messages. Alice then said she had liked more tweets, and that she didn't care, and said bye to try and end the conversation. I told Alice how it made me feel, and that I didn't like that she wasn't taking how I felt into consideration. Alice told me it wasn't a big deal, and then began to ignore me. This would happen often when I would bring up any issues with Alice. She would stonewall me to discourage me of trying to talk about any issues that I had. When I told her again it was disrespectful, Alice dismissed me. Alice then started telling me 80% of her DMs were people saying that they could treat her right, which didn't make me feel reassured at all. I didn't feel like Alice was trying to help, and I started to feel like Alice intentionally wanted me to feel insecure. Alice says that I am the one doing this and not her,
Really?
and blames me for even bringing it up in the first place, as if I had started this argument when I was reacting to something that Alice had done that had upset me. Alice would do this often and would turn my reactions into the start point of arguments, totally ignoring what she had done that had upset me. Alice refuses to apologize again and says she had done nothing wrong. I told her it was disrespectful to do something like this.
Do we ever get the context for the screaming that he's gonna bash her head against the wall with a brick?
I didn't like it. Alice replies sarcastically, saying she is sorry she ruins my rep, and asks me what I want from her again. I then told Alice she was clearly trying to avoid saying anything to reassure me, as she had gone out of her way to do the opposite. Alice then claims she actually did reassure me, and then sarcastically texts me that she won't ruin my rep again. Alice then begins to mock me for wanting her to apologize, and then says sorry for liking a fan's tweet, which is not at all what I had an issue with, as Alice has tried to portray here and in her
the
document.
N-word was
My
mentioned,
issue was
wasn't
with
it?
the way she would treat me, and now she would have been upset if I had done something similar. Alice has lied again about why I was upset, and has hidden the hundreds of messages of me trying to have a conversation about this, and then has written in a document something that is completely untrue. Alice then tries to make me feel bad for bringing it up, and was adamant that all she had done was reassure me, and I told her that what she had done was
Stonewalling is not an abuse tactic at best, it's manipulative. I feel like I felt that's contextual. Pretty much anything that's manipulative can be an abuse tactic if it's used in a certain way, right? Because it becomes a tool of the abuse, right? It's not in and of itself, by default, like just cutting off from a conversation, stonewalling. That's not in and of itself abuse, but you can use that to be abusive. In that case, it would be an abuse tactic. No, you're not. You just don't know what you're saying right now, Ben. Not all manipulation is abuse, but all manipulation can be abusive. Like that, I think that's pretty clear. All manipulation, if used in a certain way, can be abusive. Unless you can think of any example where that's not the case.
Enough. Alice then starts to swear at me and insults me. This annoyed me and I told Alice she can call me when she got back, as texting was clearly not working. And as a couple, I felt that now we needed to call to settle this issue, as it had become way bigger than it needed to be, as I felt Alice was now intentionally trying to upset me. Alice then says I tried to force an apology out of her, but at this point I was just upset that I felt that I had been forced into asking for one that wasn't genuine after Alice had continued to mock me. Alice then accused me of being the person who was throwing a fit and continues to downplay that I was upset that what I
He's already talked about the voice not even crying, I'm pretty sure. We already passed that bit.
And on some level a form of cheating. Alice says I heard you, to which I respond in detail of why I felt like everything Alice had done was not acceptable or an apology. I felt I was communicating clearly, but Alice mocked me again and said, "Yes, Dad." I then got upset even more because I felt I was being belittled and mocked. Alice then
he said like, didn't he literally bring up like the Cope and Seeth tweet or whatever, the Becky tweet? He said that she was blocking people that pointed out she used the N-word as well.
When I mentioned again how disrespected I had felt. Alice then calls me a baby and tells me she doesn't understand why I was upset at all in the first place. I told Alice I felt she was more concerned with having to say sorry than she was about me being upset.
You proved she was a hypocrite. The worst thing of all.
Threw me massively. Alice calls me a child and immature. I admit I could have handled things better from the start, but from reading these conversations back, it is clear to me that no matter what I had done, I was going to be mocked and insulted for bringing up how I felt. I then asked Alice if she wanted to talk on call instead, as I struggle with communicating over text, and I thought that would make it easier. Alice then tells me that she is going to scream at me. Alice continues to
insult me. This video is cinema. Like, you can hate everything else about Alex, but you can't say he's not an auteur, okay? This guy put together 2-hour masterpiece. Almost 90% of it is like the exact same information again and again. And he's just completely raped every commentary you do. He's totally raped Nick. Totally raped Chud. They have to sit there and watch this. I'm sitting here, he's raped me. I'm sitting here and watching this. I'm going through the same information for ages. I'm just watching the same screenshots get flashed up again and again and again. Okay, well, I don't know if we've seen this one. This is new, I think. You're doing your best. Doing your best to be more concerned about how you are than how I am feeling. Bye, no, not at all. You're a child. Ignores everything because I didn't say sorry right away. You're immature. You'll talk about this on call instead. Now I even said sorry. It's very clear you're upset. I fucking know I said sorry. Okay, Jesus Christ. No thanks. You stressed me the fuck out. I'm not even going to scream. I've just eaten. I'm not going to scream. I've just eaten my fucking food go down. Why would you scream? No, fuck off. You're being a baby. Listen to me. Fucking listen to me read my shit. My heart is racing. I'm taking 10 minutes. Dude, like, dude, this is absurd.
Baby again. I told her that this was not necessary and that I didn't like having to fight with Alice to be taken seriously. Alice responded by spamming me with messages. I asked her to stop, to which Alice said that all of this had happened because of how I talked to her, blaming me for the whole argument, and gaslighting me that she had actually been reassuring me from the start. I made it clear again the issues I had with the way the conversation unfolded. Alice responded with insulting me again and blaming me for why she had tried to belittle me and hurt my feelings. Alice says I did not acknowledge her or her apology, but at no point had Alice apologized to me in these text messages at all in any way. Alice at first tries to gaslight me and questions it being a sarcastic apology. She then says that it's what I wanted to hear, and then proceeds to gaslight me again that I have misinterpreted the entire conversation. I start to get annoyed at this point as it's clear that Alice is intentionally trying to gaslight me about what had taken place.
Okay, this is just like crazy. It'd be upsetting to hear you saying that you don't feel like you're probably taking into considerations carrying on just because that wasn't an issue for you. It doesn't make it suddenly not an issue for me. Sorry I didn't get to the place you were at as quickly as you did. I was the one who was upset after all. You didn't ask me once if I felt better, if I was okay. If there's anything that could be done, you didn't hear me out at all. That's why I think you weren't bothered. You didn't check. I did ask what I can do multiple times, did hear you out. I'm very fucking aware, and I fucking heard you, and then I fucking reassured you, I fucking said sorry. You're fucking me about, fucking hell, you're immature. This is insane. It's not as big of a deal. Can you stop? It is to you. It is to you. You made this, where this is. So fucking lay in it. Read your shit. Dude, okay.
My feelings. Alice says I did not.
Calm down, man. I'd love to, but I'd need time. Go then. You'll fucking blow up with me if I go for 5 minutes. No, just go. Fucking hell, stop. Just lying to yourself. Everything else super simple, like, yep, same. Didn't even fucking acknowledge my apologies, carried on. It was sarcastic. Really fucking wasn't. It's not a real one, is it? First one was, no, I wrote a fucking block as a joke, Alex. It's all a joke. Fuck off. This is sarcastic. Sorry I upset you. Liking a tweet I was tagged in by a fan. Brackets complete stranger. Okay, yeah, she was. That's not a real apology. Wait, he's right. Sorry I upset you. Liking a tweet I was tagged in by a fan. Brackets complete stranger. No, they can't treat me right. No one can but you. I won't ever jeopardize your image ever. Like, dude, what?
Not acknowledge her or her apology, but at no point had Alice apologized to me in these text messages at all in any way.
And bear in mind, she's telling him to block people and shit as well. So this is like normal in their relationship to have issues with how social media is being handled. But when he has an issue, it gets that response. I get where he's coming. I totally get where Alex is coming from, okay? I get where he's coming from in this relationship. I think he's being manipulative in some things here. I think there's still Alex bad. I get where he's coming from here. She was being super fucked up.
Alice at first tries to gaslight me and questions it being a sarcastic apology. She then says that it's what I wanted to hear, and then proceeds to gaslight me again that I have misinterpreted the entire conversation. I start to get annoyed at this point, as it's clear that Alice is intentionally trying to gaslight me about what had taken place.
Yeah, Alex, I'm standing back and standing by.
Spam me again. Alice begins to gaslight me again to avoid apologizing, and when I tell her to read it from my perspective, she calls me Delulu. I called out Alice for gaslighting me, and she replied saying she says it how it is. Alice has gone on to write another story in her document about me, which is completely untrue. Alice writes in her document that after going through my phone, she found pictures of my ex-girlfriends on there, and this once again is a complete lie. Alice says he ended up being secretive.
Okay, wait, why did she even post this? Found him stalking his ex with her old nudes in his phone. I'm sorry, okay. I'm against non-consensual sharing of nudes. I do not believe that someone actually has a right to make you delete nudes. To be honest. Like, you probably, like, it's a good thing to do. But if you didn't accept them with, like, the predicated agreement that you would only have them in the relationship, I don't really think you can be, like, made to delete them. I think ultimately, you know, if you're not gonna, if you don't post them anywhere, if you keep them to yourself, ultimately, I think that's your business, okay? That's me personally. So I don't think he's even done anything wrong there necessarily. Now, her going through his phone is fucked, but very common, you know, very common thing that happens. People go through each other's phones in relationships. Very fucked, but very common, incredibly normal. But then sharing that. Yeah, exactly. You earned them, man. You put in the time. You put in the work. Dude. Anyway. So, but yeah, her sharing this, I don't think this is yours to share. I don't think you should make a post about this. Say he's got his old ex's nudes in his phone. What? And what, you're like, even there, you're saying, I understand this is a very common thing to do, but you're outing sexual details about his ex, too. You're saying his ex sent him nudes. It's not like, that's very common to do, send people nudes and shit, but that's still not your place to say that. Like, you're just like, it's not assumed. Like, I understand for the most part, like, it's within the reasonable range. We don't assume nudes have been sent, really. And, like, for you to leak any specifics, I don't think is okay.
And this one...
No, this isn't her worst crime, I think. I think she's done much worse in this relationship than that, but this is still, like, not
once
okay,
again, is a complete lie. Alice...
it doesn't matter if it shocks someone, Spinal. It's about it not being yours to share. It's not you're infringing on someone's, like, for no justification. Like, you can share someone's private information or private things about them if there's a reason to do it. But just, like, sharing things that are totally third party, you're not involved at all, just these two people sharing news, that's not yours to say. That's not your thing.
Says he ended up being secretive over his phone to what I then discovered was him stalking his ex on all social platforms. in brackets, it's been years since they broke up, and found her old NSFW pictures he kept of her. He said sorry, and that was it. Alice also showed a message that says, it was never an issue before, so why is it now, in regards to going through my phone. This is because I had refused to give Alice my phone. Alice has created this story and put it in her document, despite saying on Twitter that at no point did I ever cheat, which makes no sense, as that is what she accuses me of doing throughout the entire document. Alice had complete access to my phone and social media.
Wait, does she?
It was never an issue before, so why is sorry, and that.
Okay, well, I feel like there's a semantic game being played here. That she's, in essence, she's basically accusing him of, like, a form of emotional cheating where he's, like, still fawning over his ex. But when she says no one cheated, I think she's basically saying no one went and fucked anyone else or was, like, DMing other people. I think, right? This is, like, a retarded semantic own he's trying to get.
Alice says, he ended up being secretive over his phone to what I then discovered was him stalking his ex on all social platforms. In brackets, it's been years since they broke up, and found her old NSFW pictures he kept of her. He said sorry, and that was it. Alice also showed a message that says, it was never an issue before, so why is it now, in regards to going through my phone. This is because I had refused to give Alice my phone. Alice has created this story and put it in her document, despite...
He was following girls he was in relations with previously. I do notice from a statement, sorry it's messy. Not to be rude, but he didn't answer my question. He says he called you names because you were replying to followers. You found out he was following exes. What's the context of these arguments about cheating? Look, it says he called you names because you were replying to followers. And then you found out he was following exes. Was the context to these arguments about cheating?
saying on Twitter that at no point did I ever cheat, which makes no sense, as that is what she accuses me of doing.
Willie's question here is retarded, which is totally unsurprising.
Throughout the entire document. Alice had complete access to my phone and social media from the moment we began dating, and the moment I tried to stop this from happening.
What's wrong? I don't trust you. Weird as shit. What? Why? Why are you being so secretive? Why won't you let me look? Guilty AF. Go away. Look at what? Never was an issue before. Why is it now? Now, your reaction alone tells me what I need to know. What? If you have to come look, I've got 3% battery. Never was an issue before. Why is it now? Oh, I don't trust you. Okay, for what? The fact you got all weird at me, even suggesting to look at your phone, you're guilty AF. What? I was on Discord joking around. I'm confused. Hiding anything else? Okay, you can, but we were talking. I don't trust you anymore. You don't even care. Says enough. You're kidding, right? I'm literally gonna leave. Like, this is absurd.
Alice got annoyed at me, accused me of cheating, and threatened to break up with me, but has cropped these messages out of her document. Alice had full access to my phone from the...
What do you mean? Trunk's KMS is more important. Rather find peace than know what goes on with you and other slags. I'm not talking to anyone. I play Warzone. I text you. I'm currently in bed, sick. This morning I was going through pictures of Bear. Insta girls. Anyway, I had to clean Bear shit while you was being an ass job. I'm following them. Think you'd rather date Bear. I love him. New to me, so now I don't care. Really, you're taking it. It's pretty normal. Who TFS go care on IG? It's IG. It's a follow, not a peace treaty. Yeah, that's why. Not really. I hate real mates, or I have real mates who don't follow me anymore, etc. Saying it's right because they're taken. They have girls. I'm like, oh damn, what a little man.
The moment we began dating, and would come in my room daily to check on who I'd been talking to. This started the first couple weeks into dating after Alice slapped me because I had been invited to a party in LA by a TikToker. I didn't respond to the message and showed it to Alice, which resulted in her still being upset at me for being in contact with any female influencers or friends. Alice told me she would only feel better if she could slap me, and if she was allowed to go through my friends list and unfollow and block people,
dude,
which became a regular occurrence.
Don't know if that's true. No idea if that's true. But if that's true, it's crazy. That's absolutely insane.
Alice forced me to cut contact.
I don't care about that. I apologized for that. I'm going to go refollow all the people I unfollowed for you. If you're going to be like that, then it could be like that. Read my messages, you asshole.
Many girls that I had known for years, and I allowed this because I did not want to be slapped over something that was easily preventable. I thought it would be easier to let Alice have access to my phone than to potentially start a fight that would end up with me being hit or having my phone taken because I would be accused of potentially cheating on Alice, even though I never replied to these messages that I received. In the instance that Alice is referring to, I had refused to give her my phone because I had reached out to a friend of mine and I had told them that Alice had been hitting me, and that I didn't know what to do about it as she had threatened and blackmailed me when I had tried to leave our relationship. Alice had tried to grab my phone out of my hand, which is why she sent me these text messages. Alice would come in my room and take my phone off me on random occasions daily to go through my socials, which she admits to in this document. I hadn't deleted the messages of my friend, so I refused to give Alice my phone because I knew if she found out I had told anyone about the abuse, things would get worse. In the text Alice shows in the document, she leaves out that I said she could come and take my phone if she wanted it. Alice then threatens to leave me if I don't let her look at my phone, after calling me guilty for holding on to it when she tried to take it out of my hand by force. Alice accused me of cheating and stalking my ex-girlfriends because I would no longer give her access to my phone.
Again, I'm so firm in my opinion that both these people are totally terrible. I'm leaning slightly more towards his side, to be honest. Like, I'm hesitant to do that because he just was so extreme in so many of those things, but I totally see, like, how this relationship was so fucked. I think it's just, I don't want to make a call on which one was worse at this point. Before, I would have said he was worse, pretty clearly. But yeah, I just wouldn't I would not make a call on which one was worse right now. She's doing some horrendously fucked stuff.
Where I held onto my phone, Alice tried to take it out of my hand and then pushed me when I refused. To make it clear, I at no point had access to Alice's phone and I had never asked for it. For our entire relationship, Alice had full access to my phone, went through my following and text messages.
Yeah, I think he's just, the thing is, with the Claire's Law thing, I think he's just wrong. I honestly don't think he's lying on that. I don't know why you would harp on such an easily provable... Because, like, there aren't, like, clearly provable lies in this video, really, from the rest of it, from what I can tell. But this is, like, such a... If it was a lie, it's such a clearly provable lie. The thing is, though, when you go on this page, this is the Claire's Law website, I think what he's read is basically any previous history of violence or abuse. And it says about police history somewhere, I think. Make application to police requesting information about your current or previous partner. Yeah, it says has a record of violent or abusive behavior. Like, the term record, like, I can easily see how someone will read just this page and basically take it as given that it's a criminal record. But, I mean, it's just, like, not how the law works. If you're even slightly familiar with this, you know that's not true. Like, how it actually works. I never realized that your American chat has no-lifers until I came to the US, so streams start like 6 PM. Okay. That's prime time. What do you mean, no-lifers?
And would threaten me and hit me if I refused to hand over my phone or unfollow people who I knew. If I refused, she would take my phone later that day and unfollow them anyway. Alice would accuse me of cheating because she knew I would hand her my phone to show her that I hadn't been. I find it incredibly confusing that Alice has accused me of controlling behaviour when Alice has openly admitted in this document to having full access to my phone, to the point where she has written a story about me where she was upset that I refused to let her take it off of me, as if I was the abusive one for not letting her have it. Alice wrote in her document that time passed and small things became huge issues which were over Discord at first. Alex felt that because I am home all day and work from home that I would be able to call 24/7 and completely shut out any other social interactions I have with my friends. To avoid that, I invited him into my groups and I stopped working as much. This is untrue. Alice had told me that she wanted to quit her job as an OnlyFans model. It was her idea and not mine. The arguments about work...
Spinning off OF for fan house, save for work and they take less shmoney. I'm going to push only posting cosplays there. Slowly removing the rest. Aren't you happy for me? Did my message come through? I said, if that's what you want, I'll support you. We can do that later. Before you... Sorry, I'm with Arthur and George right now. I mean, it doesn't seem like he's trying... unless I'm misremembering some evidence from before. It seemed like he's pressuring her to delete stuff. I don't think.
Fans model. It was her idea and not mine. The arguments about work stemmed from many things. We would both insult each other and belittle each other. Our relationship was horrifically toxic, and none of this is acceptable. Alice had willingly invited me into our friendship circle to play games with her and her friends, and I had invited Alice into mine. Alice would insult me when I was working, and would insult my friends when I would play games with them,
Keep being lost. I've been up since 8 because I've been packing to move. Maybe hang out with you earlier, but with you. I'm starting to lose patience with these screenshots, man. It's just like, it's a lot of the same. Like, I think I understand how this relationship was going at this point, to be honest. So playing with losers. I spend every day together. We did. I came back, played League. Training now complete. It needs to be an argument. Okay. Or I'll just play with Jake Baz if we do that. It moves stressful. Yeah, why not with me? You said that you golf with them all day. Then I get less than an hour with you. Classic woman trying to ruin time with the boys. I join you in your call so I can talk to you in general. I'm tired. League? Yeah, he beat her ass. Yeah, but she's a League player too. She's a League player too. She was streaming League. Damn, they both got it. Should I spend the time so we can spend with other people? You're asleep. Okay, she's gone crazy. Okay.
And accused me of not
She's
spending
upset about him not spending time with her. Okay.
any time with her. We were both incredibly toxic, petty, and mean to each other. And painting this behaviour as one-sided is unfair and untrue. We had both behaved despicably, and the more time we spent with each other, the more toxic our relationship became. After I moved in with Alice, Alice wouldn't let me go see any of my friends, and when I was invited to a party, Alice told me that I couldn't go. Me and Alice argued in person about my invite to this party, and Alice told me that I couldn't go because I had responsibilities, although at the time I had had nothing planned and I was not aware that I had something to do on that weekend. The more the conversation went on, the more Alice told me that I would have to...
Bro, am I really going to read all of these? If you want to go, then go, but I don't have anything here to wear. Big deliveries, the cat will be ill. Or they didn't, but it's your call. The cat will be ill. What? Dude, this bit... Okay, bitch. Okay, I won't. Just saw it last time. Sorry, mates. I didn't realize it was 4 days. It's a big event. It won't be, though. One place. Sure, it won't be the last party. Fucking hell, man. I don't care. I'm moving a new place then. Sad. And Friday for deliveries, because I'm at the vet's about on Saturday. I won't go Friday, I won't do it together, okay.
Aware that I had something to do on that weekend. The more the conversation went on, the more Alice told me that I would have to deal with the consequences if I went, and it made me very much feel like I was not allowed to go. Alice then began to guilt trip me, and tried to make me feel bad for ever suggesting that I wanted to go to see my friends in the first place. When the party ended up happening, I didn't go, and all of the things that Alice said that I would have to be responsible for didn't happen, as it was not true, and it was simply...
He's responding to a couple of claims, Jacob, but he's basically just admitting that, yeah, a lot of it's true, but, I mean, she was doing a lot of the same stuff. I mean... So the idea that it's just, it's him as, like, the abuser and her as a victim, I just don't think it's...
simply being used as a way to keep me from going to the party. Throughout the time we lived together, Alice had friends and family around on multiple occasions, but I was not allowed to do the same. Alice was going through my phone and around on multiple occasions. Man.
Sophie's here in big trouble. Serious legal stuff. Money is being held willingly. Got to sort this. How's everything? Emily's staying over. I think she's had issues at home.
But I was not allowed to do the same. Alice was going through my phone and cutting me off from people I knew and would argue with me if I spent time in my office working or talking to the few friends that I had left. I had chosen to live near Alice and her family because that's what she wanted. But when I wanted to see my friends and family, Alice would make excuses for why I couldn't leave the house. Alice has posted in her document that I didn't ask her to move in and that I just assumed that she would. Not only do I find this accusation odd, it is also completely untrue. Alice's mum drove us to viewings together, and it was something that we had been planning for months. I did multiple viewings with Alice, and we ended up picking a house together and moving in with each other, which would not be possible if I hadn't asked, as we were both on the lease.
I get the vibe.
This is something that we had mutually discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document that she told me she was scared to move in, and has screenshotted this exact text message in real time so that it could be used to build her document that she had been writing throughout our relationship. I was incredibly confused at why Alice had messaged me this after all the viewings we had gone to together. Obviously, I was not unaware of how horribly toxic our relationship was, as I tried to leave at many points, but I had been threatened or blackmailed out of doing so. I believe that Alice sent this so that she could retroactively build the full story she has ended up sharing publicly on social media, as there was never any concern for her safety shown at any point before this, and that's because I was never physically abusive towards Alice, and she knows this, as the only person constantly complaining about being physically abused was me. Alice had complained about me insulting her, but as...
Okay. What do we actually have him admitting to from her documents? Because right now, with the pulling claim is the main one. He's claiming it was sort of like a self-defense situation. Yeah, the headlock thing is the pulling thing. It's all the same thing. The headlock, pulling, restraining, whatever it is. That's all one thing. But he's now claiming that's like it was like sort of a self-defense thing. She was kicking him. It was just that. Well, yeah, I mean, so if it is the case that's what happened, then yeah, I don't think he was physically. She was definitely physically abusive. We've got loads of her admitting to it.
As I've shown, I would react badly to the constant physical abuse and gaslighting that I was being put through, which Alice has completely denied and hidden from her document. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of kicking her in her document, but what she has written is a completely false version of events. Alice says in her document that on her way out of the kitchen, I kicked her in the back.
Yeah, this was the other allegation, okay.
And that she turned away and said nothing. This story has been changed many times since this argument took place. When it happened, Alice texted me saying that I had only stuck a leg out.
Okay, here we go. After your response to being stressed out, I said what to do. That's pretty much the moment I walked away. I remember that. And after it was too late to go back and just stop. If it did stop, which I kept asking you to, I would have calmed down. But I don't know. It's like I really expected to feel instant regret. Even putting a leg out to me, I wasn't even looking, but I was trying to get away. Can't even blame me. You know exactly how our arguments go. Why would I stand and do that? It's horrible walking away. It's nothing like the right move in the moment. Just stop arguing. We should look at me saying sorry. It's like intense moments like that that really do need to be walked away from and just come back after and then just come close to me. I say come here to be like, it was overacting on my head. You need to stop. Okay, so even putting a leg out to me. Okay.
Any time since this argument took place. When it happened, Alice texted me saying that I had only stuck a leg out. This is because I never kicked Alice, and her story has been greatly exaggerated to make me look like I had been physical with Alice throughout our relationship instead of her. Alice texted me recalling events after she had left, as we had texted each other about the argument we had just had, and it's not at all what she has written in her document. Alice has taken this and then gone on to accuse me of kicking her in future arguments when it is not at all what had happened, as shown in these text messages. Alice started accusing me of kicking her for leverage against me, and started to say I kicked her when I tried to talk to her.
I don't need to talk to somebody who kicked me. Why are you doing this? Why have you made such a big deal? You're in your own choice to throw a kick at me and you're defending it. No, man, that's not fucking cool. It's so weird. You're full of shit. I'm not. Oh, she didn't kick me. You were trying to fuck with me. I was being jokey, playful, for fuck's sake.
About the issues I've been bringing up throughout our relationship, and has now written a story backwards from this, which is untrue. Alice shared a video from the same day of me following her around and yelling at her. I'm incredibly angry and upset in this video. The only context given is that Alice says that this is when I had kicked her, which, as I have shown, is not what she had said at the time in the text messages, as it is not what happened. I was angry and upset because Alice had hit me and then had begun to threaten me. When I got angry and started to lose my temper, Alice recorded me. Alice says that she recorded this because she was scared that I'd hit her again, but this is false, as I hadn't kicked her or hit her. Alice has then begun recording me halfway through an argument that started because she had hit me after we had...
I'm not sold totally that she's lying, but that story does seem a little inconsistent. It does seem, and then like the way it's being presented in text and not being contested, I do understand there's a bit, there is some inconsistency there. So I'm willing to hear him out on this a little bit.
Argued on the sofa as a way to pass off a completely false story. I shouldn't have followed Alice around and ranted at her and insulted her, but I was incredibly upset with how she had hit me, and had then began to blame me for why she was abusing me, as she told me I deserved it. This is why I started listing all the things I had issues with, as I thought it was ridiculous that Alice had assaulted me again, and then treated me like I was the only part of the problem, and entirely responsible for why our relationship was so toxic. The kicking incident would be brought up in many arguments from this point on. The more we would fight after the breakup, the more I pulled away, and the more Alice would change the story to sound worse.
Never treat a woman the way you did me. I hope you fix yourself and get help. Goodbye. I'm trying this some way. It's an ending. The ending was you kicking me. Take that. Goodbye. Come on. Why can't you hear me? I'm coming from. That was the end. It's been tortured for months. So I did that. No, it ends like this. I hope you know that. What was that all for? Laura, read your show. What was it all for? That's why you waste my time. So why is he not contesting the kicking thing here? I mean, he's saying that he's like in a state of distress or whatever. That he's trying to plead with her because she's like threatening him and stuff.
and would tell me to apologize for kicking her after tormenting and blackmailing me. Alice has wrote in our document that I had carried many issues into our relationship.
This is literally, this is all you need to know that she's also guilty, by the way. Your woman calling herself an empath, saying her boyfriend's a narcissist and she's an empath. Yeah. Alright. You mean you're both psychotic? You mean you're both completely psychotic?
And has written that she is an empath and that I am a narcissist. This is not what I was told by Alice when we started dating. Alice had told me that she had borderline personality disorder, but that she was self-diagnosed.
Wait, did Chud only get halfway through? Where did Chud finish? Where did Chud...
I am confused why this has not been mentioned at any point in this document, as it was a big part of our relationship and how we interacted with each other. Alice sent me a video on TikTok after we had an argument, because she had begun to verbally abuse me, go through my phone, and hit me during our arguments.
Do you or someone you know possibly have borderline personality disorder? Here are the key features. An intense fear of abandonment, even going to extreme measures to avoid it, whether it's real or just imagined. A pattern of unstable, intense relationships, such as idealizing someone 1 minute, and then as soon as that person falls short on something, seeing them as totally bad. Rapid changes in self-identity and self-image, sometimes even shifting their goals, shifting their values, or viewing themselves as bad, or sometimes even feeling as if they don't exist at all. Periods of paranoia that seem to be related to being stressed, and a loss of contact with reality, which can last from a few minutes to a few hours. Impulsive and risky behaviors that are fun in the moment but have a high chance of danger, such as gambling, reckless driving, unsafe sex, spending sprees, binge eating, drug abuse, or even sabotaging success by quitting a good job or ending a positive relationship. Suicidal threats or suicidal behavior or even self-injury, often in response to the person fearing separation or abandonment. Wide mood swings that can last from a few hours to a few days and can include intense happiness or irritability or shame.
Bravo,
or
Alex. Cinema.
Ongoing
Kino.
feelings of emptiness. And here's the kicker. Inappropriate,
Bravo.
intense anger such as losing your temper, being sarcastic or bitter, or even getting involved in physical fights. If you or someone you know is exhibiting a lot of these signs a lot of the time, it might be borderline personality disorder.
Alice had sent me this as an explanation for her behaviour, because I did not understand why she had been hitting me and insulting me from what seemingly came from nowhere. Alice told me that she had a mental illness, and that was...
I get pretty angry with myself and everyone around me. Another thing with BPD, but I just say it to me. I have huge anger issues that I eat and push down so far, so far to my stomach. I'm triggered like last night, I honestly can't go back. Once it's out, it's out. Best have alone for a little second so I can chill out and regret my thoughts, because I'm definitely saying things I don't really mean. It's what I came out with that I regret, and I'll tell myself, you're the same, but I don't know, that was just so crazy in my head, it was mental. I hate speaking bad negative, it was so toxic last night. Most of them left cool with the text, I don't know what to do. Talk face to face, you're awake, just doing my work quick. Okay.
Why she was having these issues, and she wanted me to understand. I told Alice I didn't like the TikTok as she had sent it to me out.
Don't like that TikTok. Kind of rough on me. The relationship part, I just don't want to think about that. What bit? Let me help you get it. I get it, I understand you. I'm just saying it makes me sad. I don't think about it. I don't think about it either. It's pretty real though. You're making me feel bad about being me right now. It's not something I worry about because obviously no matter what. It's just good information to know. Just that. I'm not saying that was focusing on that. I think you misunderstood me. I feel bad about you. I know it's nice, but it's like pretty real for me. Yeah, of course. I know you got me. I have you. Okay. Don't be silly. I think you understand what I was saying. I know you got me. I have you. Don't be silly. Okay, explain it then.
Out of the blue, and that I would have preferred to have a proper conversation about something that was this serious. Alice says I was making her feel bad about her being her, and that I should know this stuff about her.
Don't think about that. Okay, I don't care about any of this. It's not to be played in your head. It should be right for things to work in my head. I'm aware. So to the extent you're probably thinking, I didn't send you that for you to take that for personal worry. Don't want to make you upset. It's not a problem. I like talking to you about it. Do what we have to say. Oh my god, this is awful. I asked you what bit, as in please repeat the exact sentence that made you upset by a doctor saying relationships kind of fucked in a TikTok that was sent to me. It's just going to upset me because it's not something you're talking about it. Oh my god, it's not you talking about it. I'm just not going to take that well ever way to say that I didn't. RDW, just thought I'd say. God, this is coming out, man. It's so fucking cancer. They can be unstable for me because as soon as someone re-hurts me, I fall short, which is different for everyone on what that can mean. Maybe reading into it too much.
I told her it was not something that I worried about, as I wanted to reassure Alice that it was something that we could talk about and that I could understand it. To be clear, I was not diagnosed with BPD at the time of this conversation. I told Alice that it makes me
okay, he's just like, this is awful.
anxious receiving a video unprompted about our relationship, saying that she would see me as entirely bad if I fall short, as I felt that that was a lot of pressure to put on someone when the reactions to my shortcomings were for Alice to become more controlling and physically abusive. I took it personally, and looking back on these messages, I should have handled this a lot better. I felt that I was being told that I could no longer speak up in our relationship, so I was being told that every issue was the result of this mental illness. I was worried that if I tried to talk about my problems, it would upset Alice or trigger her. After Alice told me that she had BPD, I chalked down a lot of the reactions and responses I was getting to Alice's mental illness. To see it not mentioned at all in the document, and to see Alice describe herself as an empath, is something that deeply confuses me, as it is not what I had been told throughout our relationship. Alice has also written a story about her birthday, where she accuses me of cancelling it. Alice wrote that he ended up cancelling coming to see me on my birthday.
Louis, shut the fuck up. I'm not reading all these texts. It's just not happening anymore. I'm sorry. We're what, an hour and 20 minutes in? And I feel like I understand this entirely now. I understand everything I need to understand about this. Everyone fucking sucks in this. Fuck iNubber. Fuck ImAllexx. Fuck Alex Hez. Alex Hez? Alice Hez. That's her name, isn't it? Fuck Alice Hez. Fuck them all. I hate all these people. And anyone saying that any of these people are good or that anyone's a actual victim here is retarded, frankly.
In brackets, or forgot it, and went to see Star Wars with his friend instead of seeing me. When I told him it was my birthday, he ended up going out after the movie to grab a gift and eventually came to my place at midnight. I spent the whole day waiting for him. He invalidates my feelings after I said I got upset about it, and tried to justify it by hanging out properly before my birthday came. Everything that Alice has written about this is a lie. I did not forget Alice's birthday or cancel it, and the
What if I told you this was the ideal relationship? You know, for many people, that's true. For many people, that's true.
text messages from the day show that what Alice has written here is untrue. I was booked into a Star Wars premiere by my management, and I texted Alice straight away and made her aware that I was working earlier in the day, but that I could come over late. We hadn't arranged anything at this point, and there were no prior plans. I was telling Alice when I was available, and that I had work booked earlier in that day. I thought it was completely ordinary to go from work to see Alice on her birthday.
Freddie, why are you giving me shit?
Cancel it. I did the opposite as shown in these messages, and I made plans a week in advance. Alice has written that I tried to arrange hanging out properly to justify apparently forgetting her birthday, even though the conversation was about her birthday and making plans for seeing her. This has nothing to do with Alice's birthday. I was simply telling her I wanted to hang out properly that day because the previous day we hadn't talked for very long. Alice then says I went to see a movie, but this is unfair as it was scheduled for work and I was transparent about this. It was never made apparent to me that Alice was upset about...
I had to go see Star Wars for work, Alice. I had to see Star Wars for work, you see, Alice.
This, or that this was at any point an issue. I had to attend work so I could pay for everything, especially due to the situation I was in financially with my YouTube network. Alice has said that I bought her a single gift after seeing the movie, and that I eventually came to hers at midnight. I called Alice at 1 past midnight, the moment it had become our birthday, and I know this because I sent a picture of me calling Alice on iMessage, and we then spoke on Discord where I wished her happy birthday. Not only did I also text Alice throughout the day before I had left to see her, I wished her happy birthday on the text messages again for the second time after our call earlier in the morning. I had also bought Alice gifts in advance and wrapped them, and she knows this because I had already showed her that
I know, it is genuinely for work anyway. He has to, like, if he's making content about the new Star Wars movie, he does have to see it for work. So it is legit. Anyway, I'm just mocking the idea that it's part of his job to see Star Wars.
Wrapped them before. It's not possible that I had forgot Alice's birthday and only bought one gift when I had sent her a picture of her presents that I had wrapped, and conveniently, this has been left out of the document as it doesn't fit the story that Alice has created. Alice says that I cancelled her birthday and that she had to tell me it was her birthday because I had forgotten it, but this is not true.
I've done multiple 20-minute segments on Better Man, actually. Multiple hour-long segments, frankly.
I had sent texts to Alice about being excited to see her on her birthday, and that I had gone out to get her some more gifts on the day of her birthday to add to the ones I had already bought her and wrapped. I texted her asking for her wrist size for the bracelet that I was buying her as an add-on to the presents that I had already wrapped and ordered online. Alice says that she had spent the whole day waiting for me, but we texted the entire day. She was completely aware of when I was going to arrive and what my schedule with work was. I asked Alice to send me her address so that I could walk from the station, and then proceeded to send her a photograph of me carrying the bag of gifts that I had bought for her as I walked to her house. I did see Alice on her birthday as we had planned. I did not buy her one last minute gift on the way from work as I had brought everything with me. I went directly from work to see Alice as we had planned, and when I arrived everything was fine and there was no complaints about this, because once again, it was exactly as we had arranged. The entire paragraph that Alice has written about her birthday is a complete lie. I was confused when I read this originally, as everything was so clearly a provable lie. I believed this was written because Alice had forgotten my birthday, and I complained about this on text when it happened, and because of this, Alice has written a story to make it seem like I had forgotten hers instead. Alice has also written in a document about the time that she had told me that she had been sexually assaulted in the past. Alice wrote that we ended up going on holiday together to Italy in July, and an argument came about when he was watching a video about a girl being hypersexual after trauma. I opened up to him about my essay and the trauma that I had been through myself. In response to this, he tells me he doesn't want to know what has been done.
Wigger, you're already fucking. How are you still simping this hard, sending stupid little pictures?
Done to me by other guys, and I ended up leaving into another room crying. He threatened to leave and get a flight back on his own, taking into account this was my only third time abroad, and he knew that it would make me very upset and scared, like he knew I needed him there with me. Bringing up weird shit on our first holiday, you ruin every moment. I have no fond memories with you. I spoke about something I had gone through with the trauma, opening up to him about my experience of SA, and this is how he responded. This is not what happened at all. I was scrolling through TikTok.
Wait, oh, sorry. I thought he was talking about his SA. No, sorry. She got SA'd. Sorry. No.
Third time abroad, and he knew that it would make me very upset and scared, like he knew I needed him there with me. Bringing up weird shit on our first holiday, you ruin every moment. I have no fond memories with you. I spoke about something I had gone through with the trauma, opening up to him about my experience of SA, and this is how he responded. This is not what happened at all. I was scrolling through TikTok and watching a video because I was about to record, when Alice, who was standing behind me out of nowhere, told me that she had slept with many people due to...
You were so ready to get giddy and shit? Yeah, a little bit, okay? If he was about to say you got ready... Sorry. I look. Look. Guilty, okay? Yeah, that's me.
Hypersexuality. The video I was watching was not about sexual trauma at all, so I was massively taken aback by this comment and thought it was an odd thing to say on the first day of our holiday. I was not really sure what to say as a response, so I told Alice that I didn't like how she had brought this up, and I didn't think it was the best way to...
Sorry, okay, what's he saying here?
The video I was behind... I was scrolling through TikTok and watching a video because I was about to record, when Alice, who was standing behind me out of nowhere, told me that she had slept with many people due to hypersexuality. The video I was watching...
No!
...was not about sexual trauma at all, so I was massively taken aback by this comment and thought it was an odd thing to say on the first day of our holiday. I was not really sure what to say as a response, so I told Alice that I didn't like how she had brought this up, and I didn't think it was the best way to start a conversation about something as serious and delicate as this. She didn't open up to me about being sexually assaulted. I was not even aware of the conversation and what it was about, as Alice had only made a passing comment about hypersexuality and her previous...
Okay, if any of this isn't true, she has to respond and say it's not true. Okay? I'm sorry, this makes a lot of sense to me. This presentation, I remember reading the messages about, you know, the SA thing, and even people back then, even people that were like critical about super hard ImAllexx were saying, like, yeah, obviously there's a lot of, yeah, if someone brings up they were SA'd, that can evoke a lot of weird feelings in the other person, and yeah, if you bring that up at the wrong time or you just start trauma dumping, that can be a problem. Hearing this makes even more sense. And I feel like she needs to respond if any of this isn't true, because it feels like she's like totally insane. Like, it actually seems like she's a total piece of shit.
TikTok and watching a video because I was about to record when Alice, who was standing behind me out of nowhere, told me that she had slept with many people due to hypersexuality. The video I was watching was not about sexual trauma at all, so I was massively taken aback by this comment and thought it was an odd thing to say on the first day of our holiday. I was not really sure what to say as a response, so I told Alice that I didn't like how she had brought this up, and I didn't think it was the best way to start.
I've been disgusted. His skin is so funny. I feel for the guy, and she's a cunt, but that part was so good. Imagining him losing his shit over that. It's a skin condition.
Conversation about something as serious and delicate as this. She didn't open up to me about being sexually assaulted. I was not even aware of the conversation and what it was about, as Alice had only made a passing comment about hypersexuality and her previous partners. After I'd finished work, I went to the bedroom to talk to her, and she refused to speak to me. Alice then told me that I should sleep on the sofa. I was more than willing to talk.
How about that? Talk to a podcast. I'll start my own podcast. Talk to okay.
About whatever Alice wanted to, and I apologized for upsetting her. When I mentioned again that I was not annoyed, I was just surprised by what she had said. She told me she didn't care, pushed me, and told me to sleep in the other room. I sent Alice that message because I was incredibly defeated at the time. There was only so much fighting and physical
Dude, I'm
abuse I
losing
could
it
take.
watching this video, honestly. It's like 2 hours of like basically nothing.
And it had been constant for months.
I've got to eat.
I was
I need to
angry
eat.
and
I meant to
upset
eat
about her
ages
pushing
ago.
me constantly.
I've
It had
been
nothing
stuck
to do
on
with
this
the
video.
conversation about sexual assault that Alice has referenced in this document. I believe Alice has created this false version of events due to a conversation that we had after we had broken up, as Alice has started to use personal stories that I had told her to torment me. I had confided in Alice about being sexually assaulted when we had begun dating, and after our breakup, Alice had blackmailed me and was using my reactions to build a document. So she started to follow people that I knew and had personal connections with to try and trigger a reaction from me. Alice followed the person who I had told her had sexually assaulted me in the hopes that I would react. I was incredibly upset that Alice was using something deeply personal that I had told her about in confidence as a way to get to me. Alice messaged me saying that I knew why, and then went on to clarify that she did this because she was upset with me. We continued to talk about it, and this is when Alice told
Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
me that I should have fought back. I've blurred the names as I have no interest in making this a public matter, and I have no intention to discuss this public name. We continue to talk about it, and this is when Alice
Wait. 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 No. 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 Stop. Okay. How do we open? We said earlier he had raped eyes. Dude. Fuck. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm a misandrist. I don't take it seriously when it happens to men.
reaction
I wouldn't
from
do this
me.
about a
Alice
woman.
followed the
I'm having people message me about being sexually assaulted. What's that to do with me? I'm not sure, but I didn't realize you followed him and blank, apparently. I'm just losing my mind here, and I want to... that's now to do with me. I'm sorry you haven't spoke to him. No, can I ask a question without upsetting you? Probably not, but go for it. Wow, great. Why did you follow someone who I told you between us sexually assaulted me?
who I told her had sexually assaulted me in the hopes that I would react. I was incredibly...
Why did you follow someone? I'm not angry at you. I understand I hurt you deeply. I'm sorry for even asking, but I can't get my head around it. Well, I guess you know why. Don't say I'm sorry. Can you explain it to me? Do you think I was lying? You're answering a question. I read our messages for days. I have no idea what emotions I went through. Reliving that all. No, I do. I don't blame you. I'm sorry I pushed you so far. God, I really fucked it up. I didn't think you'd feel like you had to do it to make me feel bad.
upset that Alice was using something deeply personal.
So
that I
wait,
told
he
her
literally, she believes him and is acknowledging that she followed this person, I assume guy, that raped Alex to hurt him. Huh?
in confidence as a way to get to me.
No, she might be worse. She actually might be worse. She actually might be worse.
Alice messaged me saying that I knew why, and then went on to clarify that she did this because she was upset with me. We continued to talk about it, and this is when Alice told me that I should have fought back.
If he's doing it, why don't you deck him? Wait, what? Dude. What? Dude. No, this is like so fucked up. Dude, like Alex is a piece of shit, but man. Like, this is the sort of shit you do not wish on, like, your worst enemy, man. This is like... Fuck, dude. Like, a level of just, like, emotional torture that is just... fucking next level. From your girlfriend getting this. As long as it isn't fake or something... If he's doing it again, why didn't you deck him? He came in behind me. I was mid-conversation. He grabs me from behind. I didn't see him. He pushed me over the couch. I'm dangling legs in the air. Punch him out after, at least. Surely deserved it. Twice in a week, I just wanted to die, TBH. You just let him walk away after.
I've blurred the names as I have no interest in making this a public matter, and I have no intention to discuss this publicly beyond this, as I hoped it would remain private between us. But Alice has since used this to try and hurt me, and has accused me of doing exactly what she had been doing intentionally to induce a mental breakdown that she could use for her document. Alice has still been harassing me online to this day, and has begun to go after other people that she believes are friends with me. Alice posted a series of comments on TikTok, claiming that every YouTuber who has similar thumbnails is working with me or for me. Fabricating stories that I am employed by any YouTuber who makes commentary videos is ridiculous and untrue. I have seen recently that multiple YouTubers have made videos on my former editor, Danky Jabo. They have accused him of being mentored by me, and they claim that we are friends. Because of this accusation,
They tried to Emmett Till him.
Bo has lost over 11,000 subscribers.
Dude, yeah, he totally fucked. This is why I'm saying there is no shot. I do not believe that he's lying about the Claire's Law thing, because it would be so stupid to put this fake thing at the beginning that's like isn't really dispositive of anything. Even if he was right, it's not dispositive of our allegations. And then all this goes at the end. Like, that's a level of incompetence that is just absurd.
The reason this rumor began is because Alice messaged...
Yeah, like, the second half of this video, this is, like, everything that matters, dude. This is, like, so crazy.
The YouTuber known as Cataclysm, and told her that a friend of hers had messaged Danky Jabo because he still followed me, and this can be found in a video that Cataclysm has deleted.
Standing by somebody who has been outed as an abuser, or who you know is an abuser, just because Alex has done, for example, a little bit for you and helped your career, you're a scumbag. You're an enabler, and you don't genuinely believe in what you're talking
Cataclysm's
about. A little
watch,
example
man.
I have here
She's been on watch for a minute.
Received a screenshot from Alice, which was one of Alice's friends in contact with a content creator called Danky Jabo.
Yeah,
Basically,
bravo, Alex. Bravo. Cinema, Kino. Fake him out with a dog shit first half. Make people sit through the first half and think you're fucking guilty, and then turn it around and say, Cinema, Kino, bravo, he did it again. He did it again. Okay.
Danky Jabo got a DM from someone who Alice knows, Alice being ImAllexx's ex-girlfriend, saying, is there a reason you still follow and work for an abusive piece of shit? To which Jesse, Danky Jabo, replied and said, I'm so sorry, mate. I'll unfollow the annoying orange right now.
Because one of Alice's friends decided to reach out to him and ask...
I feel like tying this in is weak, though. I feel like tying all this in is weak. I understand she did actually reach out to Cataclysm and start all this shit. But I think it just looks bad trying to tie in everyone else.
If it was an accident, if he meant to unfollow him, or if he just didn't know what was going on.
I do not understand why my ex-girlfriend and her apparent friends have been messaging people who still follow me 8 months after I've stopped posting entirely and over a year since we have broken up. Alice to this day is trying to interfere with my personal life by attempting to isolate me, going as far as harassing people because she believes that we know each other. Alice went after my friends and is now scouting my social media and encouraging YouTubers to expose people based on whether they follow my inactive social media accounts. Alice took the DM that she claimed a friend had sent her from Danky Jabo and sent it to Cataclysm, who then proceeded to make various posts and YouTube videos claiming that Danky Jabo was a misogynist, an abuse apologist, and even hearted a comment claiming that he could be a future sexual assaulter.
From the moment I ignored her offer to join call with her and her friends, she had begun randomly messaging me unwarranted, hateful messages whenever she felt like it. Not only that, but she was also hearting comments on her YouTube channel that accused me of being a potential sexual assaulter. The fact that either of you act as though you were trying to be fair at any point, that you were trying to be respectful at any point.
Like he didn't do that to other people, he deserves a shit. Well, yeah, obviously, yes, no one's denying that Alex is a, like, kind of hypocritical, like, rat, manipulative fucking loser. Like, no one's denying that. The fact is, though, that not only was this relationship mutually abusive, there's, like, glaring hole, it seems, as long as Alex isn't, like, grossly lying about something that's, like he's totally fabricated conversations or something like that, that it seems like there's holes in her original document that kind of changed the narrative of abuse, and it seems like she was doing some pretty fucking crazy shit. Like,
is honestly laughable.
Cataclysm posted that she wanted to.
It's like you can't handwave this with "we were mutually toxic, I learned it." Like he was not using her rape against her, as far as we can see. He said, "I have no fond memories," but there seems to be this extra context, which I mean, we'll see what she says about that. But she's like literally using his sexual assault against him. It's like in like an insanely pernicious way. And that's just like the worst example of a pretty common behavior, it seems like, with her, where she picks like some deeply personal, deeply like held insecurity of his and just fucking hammers it. We've seen that happen a couple times now. Like,
someone so bad. This was a tweet made before Cataclysm had uploaded any video.
I didn't really see him do that, I don't think. He was like, he would say like abusive or demeaning things. He would say, like, when they were talking about advice for her Twitch career, he's saying like, "You don't fucking know anything. You've already thrown your life down the drain. Why don't you listen to me, the successful YouTuber?" Like, basically was the like tone of those conversations. And obviously he said the shit about smashing her head against the wall with a brick on that Discord call. So there are like instances of him being like abusive and violent in his language. But she's like shown this pattern of like this his is very blunt, very like just brute force, like, "Oh, I'm so fucking pissed off." That's him. She is doing like this very malicious targeting of like the most upsetting thing that she can possibly find. And like just driving it like crazy.
About Danky Jabo, who she then went on to expose by revealing this DM that Alice had sent her, claiming that this was proof that we knew each other. Alice responded to the tweet that Cataclysm made, saying that she would do it for her, when Cataclysm claimed that she couldn't expose Danky Jabo.
Yeah, she's playing like insane mind games.
Cataclysm then made tweets about Danky Jabo that were negative, that Alice retweeted and shared. These tweets can no longer be found, as Cataclysm has deleted her Twitter account after Danky Jabo's response video. Alice has not only continued to harass me for the last year, but has now gone after my former editor and tried to cancel him because she created a conspiracy that he is a friend of mine and that we work with each other. This has led to him being slandered and harassed online by various content creators who have now apologized because of this lie that she had started. Other YouTubers have also claimed that because our thumbnails were similar, we must be friends.
One of the only pieces of evidence that they show are that our thumbnails are similar.
You can even tell the blatant mentoring through the exact same thumbnail design. They use the exact same thumbnail design. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just more proof that he mentored him or taught him his ways.
This is also a point made by both Cataclysm and an actual old friend of Alex and Jake Baz, who was previously featured on his channel before.
When Alex stopped posting because of everything that happened, Jesse then started posting very much in the style of Alex, with Alex's thumbnails, etc., etc.
Coincidentally, your thumbnails seems to be only since your thumbnails have started getting a lot more like Alex's.
Yeah, I think I understand his point here, but I think it just looks bad roping all this shit in. I don't think it helps his case in public eye.
Weird. Why would you only just start doing that now, coincidentally, when he stops uploading?
However, the great irony of this point is that the very thumbnails on the streams that my thumbnails are being criticized on are the exact thumbnail style that somehow prove that Alex is mentoring me.
These YouTubers accuse Danky Jabo of being mentored by me based on his style of thumbnails. But Jake Baz and Cataclysm have also taken my thumbnail style and used it in the very videos where they attempt to cancel him, after making multiple videos calling me an abuser.
And not only that, but Cataclysm still continues to use the very thumbnails that she's criticizing me for to this day. By that logic, is she also being mentored by Alex? No. Obviously not, because it's just a YouTube thumbnail. And like I said, I haven't spoken to Alex since my last payment from him. He has nothing to do with my channel.
To take my thumbnail style after calling me an abuser, whilst attacking another content creator for doing the same.
It's like they're raping you again.
And unfair. Especially
it's like you're being raped all over it and stuff, okay?
Goal was to try and ruin somebody's YouTube career.
You would not have made this many baseless accusations against me that do not accurately represent the conversations that took place between us. You wouldn't excitedly be tweeting about how much you wanted to expose me, and you wouldn't be saying shit like this on stream.
Okay. And it makes me feel like sad. Like I just want to like log into his channel and delete it. Like, it needs to be deleted.
Another ridiculous piece of evidence that they use is that I still follow ImAllexx's Instagram account.
Also, what some people have noticed, which is what Katie alluded to in a video as well, is that Danky Jabo is still following Alex. So this is true. If I had
take it no more, man.
Before the stream,
take this shit no more.
Danky Jabo is following Alex, and he's still
Sir.
followed by Alex as well. So they're still around each other. That's what I do know.
Apparently, and still now, Jesse followed and still follows ImAllexx.
Now,
I'm losing my mind. No, I'm totally losing my mind. It's a 2-hour fucking video, dude.
Following Alex.
If our thumbnails being the same, and
I usually by this point in the night, I've usually been on Kick for 2 hours, totally silent. Okay.
Following me means that I am mentoring
I'm usually
them.
chilling, eating.
Then why, until a few weeks ago, did Cataclysm still follow me on TikTok and use my thumbnail style? This does not mean that we are friends, or that I am mentoring Cataclysm. I find it ridiculous that this has been used to prove that I am friends with people, when the same people saying this are doing the exact same. Cataclysm also went on to do a live stream where she made claims about me that are untrue.
Alex said stuff about me and I didn't even know him. Like Alex was like cocky as shit because like I followed Alex for quite a long time and Alex made a comment being like, oh, I should probably follow her back at some point. And he made some weird comment like as if like, I don't know, it was just weird. It was like kind of patronizing.
I had followed Katie on Twitter and we had interacted once and she wished me a happy birthday. I did not follow Katie back on Instagram because Alice had accused me of getting close with Katie, even though we had never called or spoken outside of this DM. I sent this to Alice to show that we only ever had one interaction to prove that I was not involved with Cataclysm in any way. These messages were 2 months after we had broken up, as Alice was still monitoring my social media activity and friendship circle and trying to prevent me from being friends with anyone, something that she is still doing to this day. I would like to apologise to Danky Jabo. My actions are not something that he is responsible for, and I apologise that I did not respond sooner. For the last year, I have been in and out of hospital, and this greatly delayed my response, and I was unable to make a video at this time, and that is why it has taken me so long to address this. In this time, Alice has posted many things about me that are untrue.
Poor guy. What a poor guy. Oh, everyone feels so bad for Alex. Everyone cry for Alex. He's been in the hospital.
And has posted this TikTok that people believed is in reference to me.
He's poxed to hell.
Don't ask me about my ex. Let's just pretend that nigga died. Ain't no pressure by no niggas. Tell his ass to fall in.
Alice says that she...
Let's just pretend that nigga died. Ain't no pressure by no niggas. Tell his ass to fall in.
Alice says that she had done everything she could and pressed charges on me. This never happened, and once again is another lie. Since Alice posted a document, 2 of my ex-girlfriends made posts about me. My ex-girlfriend Jess, who I dated in 2019, wrote a statement that she had then deleted before she reached out to me to talk privately. Jess told me that Alice had contacted her and had lied about a police investigation and asked her to make a statement to back hers. Me and Jess have spoken to each other many times since, and we have resolved this, and I greatly appreciate that she reached out to me. King Anna, a YouTuber who I dated in 2018, has also posted a statement about me online. There is no evidence to support anything that has been written in this statement, and that's because what was written is completely untrue. To support
so wait, what did Alice say about him? What did Alice say about him? She said that he was like verbally abusive, right? She said that he like lost his cool, lost his temper. That was no, not Anna, not Alice either. The other one.
And had deleted before
Jess,
she reached out to me to
I
talk
think.
privately. Jess told me that Alice.
Yeah, Jess. Jess said he was Jess said he was verbally abusive. I'm pretty sure that he lost his temper and was verbally abusive. I think.
She contacted her and had lied about a police investigation.
But did she lie about a police investigation? I don't.
Privately, Jess told me
she was trying to get her to go make a statement to the police to get them to investigate him.
That Alice had contacted her.
Yeah, there's okay. So yeah, maybe he is lying about the Claire's Law thing. I don't know which way to go on the Claire's Law thing, whether he's lying about it or not, because it seems like now he's hinging stuff on this idea that there's no police investigation. But she did actually make a police report. That is true.
And had lied about a police investigation and asked her to make a statement to back hers. Me and Jess have spoken to each other many times since, and we have resolved this. And I greatly appreciate this.
Yeah, this dog shit video took him a year, by the way. Literally, total mess of a video where all the compelling evidence on his side is buried like 3/4 of the way in. It starts dog shit and ends dog shit.
Reached out to me. King Anna, a YouTuber who I dated in 2018, has also posted a statement about me online. There is no evidence to support anything that has been written in this statement, and that's because what was written is completely untrue. At no point during our relationship did I at any point ever get physical. To write a statement that contains no screenshots, texts, or evidence to support these false claims shows them for what they are. Baseless and untrue. Me and Anna continued to stay in contact with each other after the breakup. We had met up at multiple...
I mean, yeah, the King. I think even at the time, people were saying the King Arnie stuff was like app. Basically, they didn't seem legit. I think so. I'm willing to accept this mostly.
In England and Los Angeles,
and all of these there was no evidence or anything. So it's just, yeah.
Messages were over a year after we had broken up, as we hadn't had any.
It was great seeing you again. See you at VidCon. That'll be a blast. Yeah, I mean,
out,
yeah.
And we'd
and she's like wishing him luck on his channel.
Maintained a friendship after our
I'm willing to.
Relationship had ended. Anna wrote in her document that it was the most toxic relationship she had ever been in, and that she was lucky to get out of it when she did. But we had stayed in contact for an entire year after, and Anna had even come round to my flat in London, where we had food and went out for dinner. A year after our breakup, I was invited to and took part in King Anna's charity livestream event, because she had asked me to be a guest. I believe that we were on good terms after our break.
Wow, guys, now's a great time to remind you, actually, guys. Remember to like the stream, first of all. But also, guys, donate, buy a membership, gift a membership, buy a super chat. Or what's the other one? Buy a super sticker. If you want me to be able to afford expensive flats, like ImAllexx lives in, expensive houses and flats that he rents, big expensive houses and flats that he rents, if you want me to be able to afford one of those one day... No, I can't speak. It's way too late. I've been going for too long at this point. I haven't eaten either. It's very fucked up. Expensive flash. Okay. If you want me to be able to afford expensive flats like this guy, okay? Donate now, guys. Very important.
Breakup, and that there was never any issues brought up with me personally in the entire time that we knew each other. And this was the first time that I had heard of these completely false and baseless allegations that she has made against me. To see a statement that has retroactively been built on my abusive relationship with my ex-partner Alice deeply upsets me. Anna has also used this as an opportunity to blame me for a situation we were involved in with another YouTuber called Slazzo. The messages between us at the time show that Anna wrote the statement on Slazzo.
If you don't want your legs dangling in the air like the stream. Real?
With his ex-girlfriend Che, and that I ignored this message at the time that she had sent it to me. I was aware of the situation, but I had no involvement in writing anything, and Anna had even messaged me acknowledging that I didn't want to be involved, which is why I had not replied to her messages where she had tried to involve me. To write that everyone got the blame for something that I had apparently made up, when in reality, as shown here, Anna was the person who had written the statement, is ridiculous and a blatant lie. I should never have shared what Anna and Che had written, and I apologised privately to Slazzo when it took place at the time. I wish no ill will to any of my previous partners, and I understand that claiming my innocence in these relationships will be difficult, but I cannot accept these false allegations that have been made against me. Mia X Mon, an influencer and content creator who was under the same management as me, posted a statement which is a complete lie. Mia claims that she spoke to my management and that they dropped me in June 2023 because she had made them aware of the rumours surrounding me and my relationship with Alice. Mia says that she had put pressure on my management to drop me due to these rumours, and that they did after she had asked. I was never kicked from my management. I left my management in January 2024 on my own accord, as shown in these messages. Mia says that I was kicked from management in June 2023, but I'd still been working with them and doing brand deals and premieres for the entirety of that year, as shown by this message from my management in July, and these messages about the Star Wars premiere I attended in August, 2 months after Mia claimed that they had dropped me. I asked to leave my management in January 2024, which is 7 months after Mia claimed she got me kicked from my management. I was never dropped or had any conversations about my relationship with my management at any point. What Mia has posted is a complete lie. I would like to make it incredibly clear that no one at any point ever reached out to me as a friend or colleague and asked me about my relationship until I never reached out to me, which I have discussed in this video, and that was months after we had broken up. At no point did anyone ask for my side or story. Nobody at all was aware of any of the information that I've shared in this video except for Alice, because nobody at any point ever asked. The one instance where
oh my god, I hate this line,
my
man.
friends reached out to me, they leaked everything to my abuser. I did not expect people to understand.
Okay, okay, my abuser, cut it out, buddy.
My friends reached out to me, they leaked everything to my abuser. I did not expect people to understand my situation, and I was terrified to the point to which it had gotten to. I did not think there was anyone I could speak to, and I was terrified about what would happen if I did. As Alice had full access to my phone for the entire time we were together, and I was terrified about what would happen if I did. As Alice had full access to my phone for the entire time we were together, while she unfollowed and isolated me from my friends, and because of this I stayed in a relationship which continued to get worse. Alice has excused her behaviour as reactive abuse, and has shown text messages where she has blurred out that she had been starting these fights. I had apologised to her text messages where she has blurred out.
Very sorry, yes, but yesterday I know across the line I was angry. It isn't right to do, no matter how mad I am. Sorry I went that far. Thank you for apologising about that. It means more than you know. That broke some bed. I'm good. I'm sorry that I even started it. Oh! Why is this shit at the end, man? This guy's so dumb. Dude, how long has this guy been doing YouTube? Why is this at the end? Why did you show all those retarded screenshots 60 fucking times and you put this shit at the very end one time? It makes no sense. Dude!
That she had been starting these fights. I had apologised to her after I had reacted to the physical violence, gaslighting and manipulation that she would put me through, as I was deeply upset over how I had reacted, as I felt I was losing control the longer I stayed in our relationship. Alice wrote in her document that I felt no remorse or guilt. I deeply regretted the way I had been acting, and I apologised constantly to Alice for how I had behaved. Our relationship was affecting me so greatly that I got progressively more sick the longer we stayed together. To say that things just flew past and I acted like nothing ever happened is completely untrue, when it was having such a serious and severe effect on me. Alice constantly tried to push me to physical violence, which I refused to.
Okay, burn me, hit me, get payback, I don't care. Watch your fucking tone. I'm like, yes, dad, sorry, dad. Ugh. Oh my god, what should I do? Not admit it. Why don't you apologize and try and fix it? Lamau. This guy is demonic.
As she had told me to hit her on the 5th of October in an argument, and Alice said that I should hit her as a form of payback. Alice was trying to get me to react physically so she could use it to post online, and would constantly emotionally and physically abuse me until I would break so that she could screenshot my text messages or record me. This non-stop harassment has continued to this day, as Alice has gone after other people who she believes are my friends in an attempt to isolate me. I have not spoken to Alice or posted on my social media in nearly a year, but Alice has still been trying to control my life. Alice claimed in her document that I had projected all of my issues onto her, but has proceeded to diagnose me as a narcissist multiple times in this document, and also texted me saying that
I was trying to be content. I was angry. I'm not now. You're content. It's been explained. It's not impossible. Not feeling sorry, guilty for anything. Is the reason I tried to call you. Yes. I'm going to say sorry, but I thought you meant not angry. That's what that means. You might have NPB. No lie. Yeah, it seems narcissistic personality disorder. Okay, I don't care what you're saying. Sorry, can we not care about you feeling it? Can I just say sorry? That's obviously why I'm calling. I can't call because taking sucks. 5 a.m. Same thing. Difference in don't have any, and they're yours. Not really that's an issue, but
I had narcissistic personality disorder after I had
How fucking dare you think you should admit to it and get away with it? Okay, burn me, hit me, get me payback. I don't care. What you fucking telling Lamau? Yes, Dad. Sorry, Dad. Oh my God. Wish I do not admit it. What you do? If I just try to fix it, Lamau. Literally avoiding you for days because this is what talking to you is like. Miserable. Don't do this. I love you, Alex. Good night. Avoid me for as long as you need. Don't do that. You're doing this. You're doing that. I'm sick of you. Miserable as soon as something is an inconvenience to you. Narcissist. Dude, she's insane. Accused me of cheating, stalking me. As soon as you consider my feelings switch up, it was a joke. Talking about mental torture, ha ha ha, you broke me months ago. It's really not fucking acceptable to do someone genuinely asking you questions. God, get over yourself, so narcissistic. You don't get to just stop talking to me. I mean, kind of does, but you can kind of be a bit fucked in some ways too. Kind of. Stay in your office when I'm over. Unless you want to chat to my parents, fuck off. Don't tell me what to do. Thank you for $2. Have a nice chat. About how fucking mental you are. Yeah, how do I explain them? I asked you what's wrong. You decided to ignore me. I woke up and went downstairs. You started treating me like I don't exist. Well, you'll embarrass yourself.
reacted to Alice's abuse. Alice
That is
believed
a
that I was on
rancid
the
chat, I gotta
spectrum
say.
and would
I said I'm scared. Okay, reassure me we will be okay. It's too much. You couldn't buy. Shut up. I've been doing it all day. Do it more. You have to be a man. You start pushing me down. Clumsy, emotional, autistic. And that's why you said you did yesterday. Like being mean to me. Moan, 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 moan. Oh no, sorry. Moan, moan. Wow, wow, wow. I've never been doing what you did to me. I've never been calling you to tell me fuck off. Never happens. It doesn't ever. Everything was totally fine before I called you. But just so autistic, he thinks, I mean, the fact to fact, exact same scenario. No, it wasn't. Then you decided to do what you did. I had it off time and said sorry, get over
called me
it.
autistic and bullied me when I tried to discuss the abuse in our relationship. The more our relationship progressed, the more I began to react emotionally to Alice's ongoing abuse, as she would shut me down, stonewall me, and insult me. These arguments would go on for hours, and I had reached my breaking point when trying to discuss the issues that I had had. Alice would continually call me autistic, so I changed the way that I would try to discuss stuff in our conversation and arguments, just so I could get a response. Alice has then gone on to clip me during my severe mental breakdowns and has screenshotted text messages that we had in real time. This entire situation was premeditated from Alice, as she had been screenshotting me throughout these breakdowns in real time, as shown by the fact that I am still typing and the dates in the messages that she has shown. Alice has proceeded to crop out that she had nicknamed me racial slurs, as Alice freely used this language throughout our relationship.
Oh, whoa!
But has hidden this and altered her behaviour when she was knowingly recording me and building her document so that she could paint me as crazy and psychotic and push the entire blame of this onto me. I had complained about this at the beginning of our relationship and texted Alice about the
Was he woke scolding her?
I had
you don't tempt me, you're gorgeous, I am going to kiss me, go on. Saying the N-word.
Complained about this at the beginning of our relationship and texted Alice.
Because I can't wait to humiliate you. What? Me brown-nosing you. Well, I guess I don't need anything tonight, so it is. Can call tomorrow. I'd call you actually, yes, let's do that. You can see how disgusting my language actually is. I mean, polite I am.
That's about the fact that her and her friends use this language freely. Alice would tell me to ignore this and told me that I was stupid for complaining about it and that I cared too much about how people would perceive me online. Alice has lied that I normalized this language on Twitter, despite it being her who actively bragged about it and brought it into our relationship. I am not claiming that I am innocent in this relationship. I retaliated with vile language and threats that have been normalized, and this is disgusting and unacceptable. Alice wrote in her document that this is what happens when a narcissist meets an empath. They feed off it. But Alice has posted multiple videos.
Dude, you should have known. You should have known.
About me online, a document that is filled with lies, and has also continued to harass me and others in an attempt to isolate me for the last year. I hope by not responding or reacting that Alice would move on like she had claimed she would in her document, but Alice has continued to post about me and has harassed others in an attempt to get to me. Alice said that these posts that she had made about me were a cry for help and not attention in her document. But Alice asked me to make a public apology to stop her ongoing harassment of me. It has been over a year since we broke up, and Alice has continued to lie about me to this day in her posts online and to other YouTubers who then posted those lies about me in videos that now have millions of views. Alice wrote in her document that after I ended the relationship, he tried to manipulate me, telling me we just need time and that he will change, and begged me to give him a chance to change and make things better. This went on for months. He kept...
No, I don't think the discourse could be that bad. I feel like this is pretty clear. I think once you see a lot of this stuff towards the end, it's pretty clear that it's like... Just... They were so... It's like, it's pretty clear it's a total fucked relationship. You can't tell it's he said, she said on a couple of instances of physicality, but they've admitted to some extent. Yeah. Now, I'm about to go deep and make a million posts from alts saying Alex is totally innocent. Bless. Godspeed.
Doing this and then getting angry when I didn't give back the same energy. Alice at no point has mentioned that she was harassing me and blackmailing me privately, and that she had been asking me to fix our relationship with letters, while she invited herself over and told me to make her dinner. This was going on all whilst Alice was using traumatic experiences that I had shared with her privately to torment me and drive me to a mental breakdown intentionally after I'd started to break away from our abusive relationship. And that during all of this, she had been planning to expose me through a document that she had told my ex-girlfriend Jess about. Alice wrote, I've had threats of story manipulation from Alex, so I want to clear all of these up before he gets the chance to try and victimize himself and disregard everything he's ever done to me. But Alice has lied and manipulated these stories constantly in her document to portray a narrative which is not true. Before I end this video, I would like to apologize to anyone who I upset or offended in the videos and text messages that Alice shared. I wish no ill will on anyone who has posted about me or shared these stories online. I am ashamed that many others were dragged into this unintentionally because of my actions. To the many people who have reached out publicly and privately, I greatly appreciate the kindness and generosity many of you have shown at a time where I have not deserved it, and I hope that I can repay you by being a better person. Thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Welcome back, Alex. Wow. What a great video. Cinema. Kino. Total INABA. You know what. And Memeless too. Fuck Memeless. Fuck Memeless. Doesn't have Down syndrome. What? What? Okay, what are we doing for the end of the stream here? That was great. That was a roller coaster. What an awesome video. Great job, Alex. Well done. Wait. I never posted this. He posted a YouTube community post. Completely understand people are concerned and angry about what was said in Alex's video. I have created a full document to debunk and explain things on my story with screenshots to prove. Please read this document, as to me it provides full context. So he's going to debunk Alex, and it says at the top here. Update. Me and Alex have spoken and settled things, but I'll leave this up for clarification. Alex's statement below, mine too. Alex is winning. Unstoppable. Alex, this guy's completely unstoppable. Just when you think you've got him. Just when you think you've got him. I've spoken to Iron Fraser privately, and we've cleared up the situation and settled it privately between us. Please don't harass me over something that's incredibly complicated. She's never been dragged into it. It's not his responsibility. This was a lot of miscommunication. I was worried about sharing more information for the reasons I've explained in my video. Thank you for understanding. Thanks to the videos, and obviously I need to clear things up. It seems to be very confusing lies and misinformation spread on my end. I posted a long Instagram thread about this, but I'll explain all the timeline. Friendship with Alex. Friendship with Alex was extremely toxic. Barely saw each other in 2022. Everyone remembers how close they spoke in 2019. We still spoke, but majority of meetings were walking the dog now and then. 2023 is when our friendship became close again. He moved out of London. He fell out with his previous friends, made a podcast in 2024. Because of that, and realistically, I don't think this is the biggest point to clarify, but yeah, I've got my friendship still. Now, onto the messaging commentary channel things from his private side. So that was completely out of context, comes from one time where I urged channel caution and care. Yeah, I know about the situation, appreciate reaching out. Would also appreciate not spreading this DMs. But yeah, I've seen it, don't really know what's going to come from it. I haven't spoken to Alex properly in like 2 months. Scraps ended based on other private, unrelated reasons. Alex still making content as far as I can see, but yeah, the whole thing's pretty fucked up. I've got no clue what either are planning to do from here. I've been told the whole thing has been an ongoing situation for ages. Was kept in the dark until I started to see Alice's posts. Kind of like how I found out by putting 2 and 2 together. How you found out. Sadly, I had to do the same thing, even as a friend. Very confusing time. I was clearly trying to defuse the situation. At this point, I had no idea on the true story, bar leaked screenshots I had seen, but from this point, I was progressively getting worse and worse. Seeing leaked messages of Alex calling Alice horrible things, and then just more coming out. I contacted Alex multiple times. We call back in a bit. Dad's calling me. That's okay. My dealings with Alex went back to the moment I found out about anything going on. We wanted to make sure this was handled properly and called Alex multiple times. But in every instance, Alex did not share anything with us, but I did not leak the things to the commentary channel, as you can see here. Yeah, no problem, man. It's rough for sure, but based on what I've seen / what I've been told / seen, incredibly disturbing situation that I've been lied to about profusely. I doubt you've seen it as it was deleted quickly, but the thing that made me realize how bad it was when Alice posted around 15 screenshots of a text with Alex. They're pretty horrible to read. Shortly deleted that after around 5 minutes, but then realized how serious this stuff is. And honestly, after the Slizo stuff, you can imagine I'm a bit cautious on how to even handle a situation like this. I don't think it's my place to say anything publicly. So right now, I'm more just in the same position as you, waiting to hear more. Anything's actually said. Also, I should say, from my experience with Alice, she's a very nice person. The limited experiences, she does seem like a good person. Right. I was urging caution, stating my story, and pretty much I did not want to say anything publicly. I was in the same position as him, very much both in the dark. I don't know how much I care about this stuff. I was practically begging Alex to send me screenshots for months and months. So June, when the situation was fully public, TikTok's had 7,000 plus views, 700,000 views. I don't know how much I care about. Well, let me see. What were the key claims about iNeighbor? I'm working on my response. I'm around to talk. This is Alex talking to. Sorry, mate. Genuinely sorry that I couldn't talk to you. I was going to after I came back from my parents, but Alice messaged me saying one of you said she hit me and it shit me up big time. Is understandable. But like if I told you guys everything, she'd fucking kill me. Genuinely terrified for my life. Sorry I didn't send you guys a message about her hitting me. I was scared she'd post more. The whole thing has fucked with me. And obviously I never wanted to see you as an abuser, but honestly with what you gave me and what she has said, it made me think that. Basically it was all words, but even then, barely any. Me trying my best to resolve the situation privately. He even says here he didn't send the messages. I even said I don't want to see him as an abuser. It's a truly horrible thing to deal with. I think there's any good way to deal with a situation like this. Now, with the lawsuit stuff, comes after Alex explosively messaged me and mentioned damages in the context of everything. Used everything as evidence for damages if it goes to court. Okay. No, I see a little bit of this way he was mentioning a lawsuit then. That makes sense. Talking about lawyers and stuff. He wasn't threatening with a lawsuit, but yeah, I see why he would be so concerned. I'm just going to skim read this, okay? I'm going to be real. I don't really care about iNeighbor that much. Okay, so he never leaked stuff to Samuel. Did not leak anything to Alice, I see me saying here. Acknowledging he didn't handle it perfectly. I think this is fine, to be honest. Obviously, I heard both their stories. I've been added to multiple calls about this. Tried to work out what was going on. But honestly, my only part in this was just trying to work out who is the victim in the situation. I truly do believe in believing victims, listening to them. So try to implement that logic in that situation, dude. Okay. But, like, you have to be believing something to determine which one is the victim, right? Like, you believe in believing victims, but you have to be believing something that's being said to believe that one of them is the victim. So this is it's like circular logic, right? I hate these people. I hate these people. Why can't you, like, why do you have to do this gay, like, it's because they're married to this gay virtue signal shit, whereas, like, I believe in believing victims. What, you know, why don't you just believe in evaluating the evidence and determining what the wrongdoing was? Why don't you just believe in that? Why do you have to do the gay virtue? Oh, believe in believing victims. Like, that's what's got you into this situation. Okay. Alright. Okay. Well. That's the ImAllexx stuff, I think. I hope that's all of it.